regular meeting of City Council September 14th and ask for a roll call.
Jacobson.
Here.
Fanouken.
Here.
Markwart.
Here.
Snow.
Here.
Noriko.
Here.
Baker.
Here.
O'Leary. Here. Ray.
Here?
8 present.
Thank you. I'll ask Officer Jacase to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Thank you. We have the agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Been
Second.
moved by Alderman Markwart. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fanouken. Roll call.
Jacobson.
Here. Yes. Sorry.
Fanouken.
Yes.
Markwart.
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
Noriko.
Yes.
Noriko. Baker.
Yes.
O'Leary.
Yes.
Ray.
Okay.
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you. Motion carried. Let me, okay, we're at the point of the Proudly DeKalb feature. This evening is the Police Department Award, Annual Award Ceremony. Where's Chief Lowry? Okay, as we move into that, Chief, I'd like to call Officer Jacase forward for a presentation.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'd like to call Chief up as well. I hate to steal your thunder, Chief. But a little under a year ago, I was deployed to Afghanistan. And when I left, told the chief, and he said, don't worry about it. You go do what you have to do. We'll take care of everything back here. Well, I did. And I came back with all my fingers and toes, which is great. But what I learned when I came back here is, Chief, you and the staff and the other officers, the telecommunicators, secretaries and everybody, they had a lot harder job that I was gone. I'm a small cog, but a lot of people know who that cog is, and they keep calling and asking for things. And everything was covered. And I appreciate the fact that when I got back, I didn't have the calls of saying, you know, this didn't happen because you weren't here. So as a member of the police department and as a member of BEST, which is Bilateral Embedded Staff Team, A-14 of the United States Army, thank you, sir. This flag was flown over the headquarters of Task Force White Eagle on June 6th of 2015. Thank you, sir.
I don't know quite how to follow that. Officer Jacquez is a citizen soldier. He's a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army with 2 decades of service to his country and to his police department. Thank you, Jose. Tonight, I want to say thank you, Mayor, City Council, manager and staff, community, for allowing us the opportunity to recognize our officers. We began publicly conducting this ceremony last year at or about the time of the September 11th Patriots Day. And we're going to strive to continue that practice. Tonight we'll be honoring the efforts of men and women from the police department and some of their extraordinary accomplishments during the course of the last 12 months from September of 14 to present. And they're here today based on the recommendations of their supervisors acknowledging their exceptional work. I'd like to also say thanks to the Northern Illinois University Police Department. They've been good partners with us and continue to be. They're covering the streets for us tonight as we're allowing our staff to be here for this presentation. How it's going to work is we're going to be calling people in by groups. They'll face the audience. They have already received their commendations, all except for one. And we will give you a summary of that, and they'll acknowledge that, and then they'll proceed to the council and out the opposite door and try to be as expedient as possible. I just want you to know that these are not the only good works of these men and women. These are only a few of the good works. And with that, I'd like you to bring in the first group. The honorees tonight, and again, all these honorees throughout these different groups are not present, but for those who are, all of the honorees for this first category, which was a burglary in progress at Lundine's Liquor Store on the north side of our city. The honorees are Sergeant Lisa Miller, Detective Keith Erkey, Officers Todd Wells, Jeffrey Weiss, Tony Kwasniewski, Chris Sullivan, Mario Noneman, and Tom Riley. In summary, on January 3rd, 2015, at 6:25 a.m., officers were dispatched to a burglary alarm at Lundeen Liquors. The responding officers discovered the business had been burglarized by suspects breaking in through the glass front doors, entering the business, removing property from the business, and fleeing the scene. During the investigation, officers found footprints in the snow which led to the point of entry of the business and fleeing from the scene, which they began to track. The footprints led officers to a specific apartment just a few blocks from the burglary scene. A surveillance of the apartment was established and 2 suspects were apprehended, one while he was attempting to flee the apartment through a window. The investigation of the burglary and the identification of suspects would culminate in the arrest of 2 subjects for burglary and theft. However, during this investigation, the officers had to conduct their business in some of the most severe weather conditions that included frigid temperatures, a fresh snowfall, and unlike only in Illinois, a sudden subsequent downpour of rain. The personnel involved in this case demonstrated their investigative skills, their tenacity to endure the harsh weather conditions, and their dedication to duty in investigating the crime and removing these offenders. They have set the standard for others to follow and are to be commended for a job well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks, Lisa.
The second group,
Thanks, Chris.
The second group of officers involve a traffic stop, and the following group of offenses are for narcotics-related offenses. The second group initiated a traffic stop that resulted in a narcotics arrest. The honorees tonight are Officer Chris Mecca, Sonny Street, and Jason Goodwin. Of note here, 2 of these officers are some of our newest. On May 23rd, 2015, the collective efforts of these officers resulted in a significant narcotics seizure that originated with a traffic stop of an offender who was driving while a license was suspended. During the search of his vehicle pursuant to the offender's arrest for the violation, the officers detected a strong odor of cannabis coming from the car. Their subsequent investigation that included a search of the offender's car and his residence resulted in a significant seizure of crack cocaine and cannabis, with a street value of several $1,000s. The officers were proactively involved to make this arrest possible, and the suspect was charged with unlawful possession of controlled substance with the intent to deliver, as well as several other offenses. They demonstrated their dedication to duty and their willingness to implement proactive policing strategies. They have set the standard for others to follow and are to be commended for a job well done. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Third group, please. This next effort is to acknowledge 2 officers, one of which could not be present tonight. for a warrant attempt, another proactive policing strategy, and the results differed quite dramatically. On July 2nd, 2015, these officers initiated a warrant attempt while assigned to the Bicycle Patrol, and I kind of like to refer to the Bicycle Patrol or Bike Patrol as the special forces of the police department. They knocked on the door at 821 Kimberly Drive and saw people looking out the windows but who refused to open the door. They eventually made contact with a resident who advised that the wanted subject they were looking for was not present, but he offered them a look inside. The officers immediately smelled the odor of burnt cannabis and transitioned into a drug investigation. They obtained a consent to search, which resulted in locating cannabis, drug paraphernalia, and several bags of prescription medications. A female resident admitted that she had provided the prescription medications to her roommate to use. The roommate admitted that he used the medication, also delivered it to others in exchange for cannabis. The two suspects were arrested, interviewed, and their confessions obtained. Both were charged with a variety of offenses, including unlawful delivery of controlled substance, unlawful possession of controlled substance. Their self-initiated actions led to the arrest, and as they are to be commended for their dedication to duty, self-initiated policing, their sound investigative skills, and that they have set the standard for others to follow and had represented the DeKalb Police Department and themselves in an exemplary manner and a job well done. Thank you.
Thanks again.
These officers are involved in an incident that occurred at the Red Roof Inn. On January 13, 2015, the Targeted Response Unit received information that individuals staying at the Red Roof Inn were in possession of and selling methamphetamine. The subsequent investigation enlisted the help of the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office and the Northern Illinois University Police Department. As a result of a variety of proactive policing strategies, the investigation culminated in the arrest of 6 offenders. The offenders were charged with a variety of offenses that included unlawful possession of controlled substance, possession of methamphetamine, possession of cannabis with the intent to deliver, and possession of methamphetamine with the intent to deliver. During the course of the investigation, officers seized a variety of narcotics paraphernalia, including syringes, a variety of narcotics, including cannabis, methamphetamine, and cannabis wax, all with several $1,000s of street value. The investigation was an example of teamwork with officers from 3 different departments working in concert to take 6 felony drug dealers off our streets. These officers have set the standard for others to follow, have demonstrated their investigative skills and dedication to duty, and they are to be commended for a job well done and for making our community safer. Thank you, gentlemen. As you notice, some of these folks are repeats, which speaks highly of them. This group, primarily the Targeted Response Unit, involves a heroin seizure. The honorees are Sergeant Steve Lakis, Officer Tony Kwasniewski, Officer Jeff Weiss, Todd Wells, and Jessica Denning. And I have to begrudgingly say that I may have forgotten to name the last group by name, and I apologize for that. On November 21st, 2014, the Targeted Response Unit received information regarding narcotics trafficking from the Drug Enforcement Administration. A multi-agency joint investigation regarding this information was set in motion with the DeKalb Police, DeKalb County Sheriff, and DEA task force officers. While working a surveillance regarding the initial information, officers observed the suspect vehicle, noted a vehicle code violation, and initiated a traffic stop. The suspect admitted to recently smoking marijuana. He consented to come to the DeKalb Police Department to be interviewed, and a search of his vehicle was conducted. During the search of the suspect's vehicle, officers discovered a hidden compartment under the front seat where access was controlled by an electronic actuator. Inside the compartment, officers recovered 4 bricks, each weighing over 1,000 grams each, of heroin. The Targeted Response Unit subsequently executed a search warrant at the suspect's residence in the 1400 block of Cambria Drive in our city. Pursuant to the search of the residence, officers recovered another 2,200 grams of heroin, a total of $32,000, a gun, and ammunition, all seized during this investigation. In addition, 3 vehicles were seized. The suspect was charged with a variety of offenses, including unlawful possession of controlled substance with the intent to deliver, unlawful possession of controlled substance, unlawful possession of a firearm. The high level of cooperation and coordination between the police agencies and the investigative skills of the officers resulted in this large heroin seizure. The 6-kilo arrest was the largest in DeKalb's history. Your actions regarding this investigation set the standard for others to follow. You demonstrated exemplary leadership, dedication to duty, and your commitment to making our community a safer place. You are all to be commended for a job well done. Thank you, gentlemen. As this group leaves, I'd also like to say that in September of 2013, they were responsible for a 22-pound cocaine seizure in our city, which just recently resulted in a conviction at the federal level, and we're now awaiting disposition on sentencing. This group transitions us into a new category of weapons offenses. And I emphasize acknowledging officers in dealing with weapons offenses because of the risk and the importance it is for our community to understand that they are the line between those who would decide to offend with a weapon and protecting those individuals from those who cannot protect themselves. And they're often on the first line, as in many of these cases, of preventing a tragedy from occurring. The honorees in this group are Officers Phil Brown, Keontae Mallett, and Chris Mecca. On August 21st, 2015, at 11:43 p.m., these officers were assigned to patrol duties during Northern Illinois University's move-in weekend. This weekend commonly sees a significant increase in both vehicle and pedestrian traffic, as well as an increase in demands for police service. The officers were patrolling the neighborhoods adjacent to the university when they observed a passenger in a motor vehicle not wearing a seatbelt. They initiated a traffic stop and spoke with the occupants. The passenger advised that he had some cannabis paraphernalia inside his car. Officers initiated a search of the vehicle as well as a pat-down search for their safety. During the search, they found that the passenger had a loaded .40 caliber handgun concealed in his waistband, and additional magazines were found in the car. The passenger was taken into custody without incident and charged with aggravated unlawful use of weapons and for his possession of cannabis paraphernalia. The officers initiated a traffic stop based on a simple seatbelt infraction, an enforcement action that occurs many times each day. With each other's help, the officers investigated further to find the piece of drug paraphernalia and then a loaded firearm. As a result, the officers arrested the subject carrying a loaded weapon throughout our city on one of the busiest weekends of the year. All of these officers are to be commended for their diligence and self-initiated police activity and their continued investigation that stopped a potentially serious crime before it occurred. They have set the standard for others to follow and have represented themselves in the DeKalb Police Department in an exemplary manner. Thank you, gentlemen.
Congratulations.
The officers to be honored for the next weapons offense, and the lone standing soldier here tonight is Officer Keontae Mallett, but his co-officers are Anthony Densberger, Jeff Kaczynski, and Phil Brown. During the early morning hours of March 18, 2015, DeKalb Police responded to a fight in progress. This fight was occurring in the 1200 block of Black Hawk Drive. Officers immediately detained all suspects, began to conduct interviews, and noticed that one of these suspects' car doors was open, and in plain view, there was a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Officers secured the weapon, determined it was loaded, and arrested the suspect for several charges, which included aggravated unlawful use of weapons. The responding officers were decisive in their response, displayed sound investigative skills, controlled the combatants, and demonstrated teamwork that clearly prevented a more serious incident from occurring. They are to be commended for a job well done, taking a firearm off our streets and making our community safer with the arrest of the offender. Congratulations. Thank you. This is almost like a revolving door. Again, these are members of our targeted response unit. The honorees tonight are Sergeant Lakis, Officer Todd Wells, Jeff Weiss, and Tony Kwasniewski. You know, I have to tell you, what's particularly important about this case is the acknowledge of the seriousness that the implications that this case had, but had it not been for their diligent work in following up on a simple call, the case would have never been made. On June 10th, 2015, members of the DeKalb Police Targeted Response Unit, acting on information from the Oak Lawn, Illinois Police Department, conducted a follow-up investigation regarding a man with a gun call that had happened earlier that day. It was a call at Lincoln Towers that had origins from outside of our city. They made contact with two individuals who had been identified as suspects in an Oak Lawn home invasion, where the victim of that home invasion suffered a gunshot wound during the incident. It was believed that these suspects fled from Oak Lawn and sought refuge in our city. During the course of their contact with the suspects, police obtained consent to search their vehicle, where a loaded handgun, believed to be the one that was used in the home invasion, was recovered. The offenders were taken into custody without incident, ultimately charged with aggravated battery with a firearm, armed robbery, and home invasion by the Oak Lawn Police. Thanks to the members of the Targeted Response Unit, who demonstrated sound investigative skills, dedication to duty, interagency cooperation, they took two violent offenders and a firearm off our streets. They are to be commended for a job well done. They have set the standard for others to follow and have represented themselves in the DeKalb Police Department in an exemplary manner. Thank you, gentlemen.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
This next group involves another gun call, and the honorees are Corporal Scott Farrell, Officers Jared Burke, Steve Rodriguez, Chris Sullivan, and Ronaldo Hernandez. On June 27, 2015, officers were dispatched to the 800 block of Kimberly Drive for a man with a gun call. Officers arrived on scene, determined that an altercation had taken place between several people, and that one of the subjects had displayed and threatened to use a handgun during the incident. The suspects had fled the scene. However, a description of the suspects and their direction of travel in their vehicle was issued. Within minutes, two suspects were located by the police in the immediate area. Officers ultimately traffic stopped the suspects, obtained a consent to search their vehicle, and they recovered a firearm from under the seat. Both subjects were arrested and charged with several offenses, including aggravated unlawful use of weapons. Because of the officers' immediate response, thorough investigation, dedication to duty, a loaded handgun was removed from our community. This gun could have been used in furtherance of any tragic situation or criminal act. They are to be commended for a job well done. They have set the standard for others to follow, and they have represented themselves in DeKalb Police Department in an exemplary manner. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Scott, thank you.
This will be the last of our shots fired calls for this evening. The honorees are Corporal Scott Farrell, Officers Brian Ballo, Jordan Poulos, John Luckel, and Michael Cicchetti. On July 18, 2015 at 9:35 a.m., officers responded to a call for shots being fired in the 300 block of East Fairview. Upon arriving in the area, a perimeter was established, the suspect was located, and he was immediately taken into custody without incident. Officers conducted a search of his home, located shell casings in the living room, observed cannabis plants both inside and outside the residence. The subsequent investigation revealed that the suspect had in his possession a loaded handgun at the time he was taken into custody that had been used during the altercation with a female who was injured and had been transported to the hospital. She had been attacked by the suspect, who grabbed her by the hair, kicked her, and struck her several times with his hands and the firearm. During the altercation, he also discharged the weapon in close proximity to her head several times. The victim had an opportunity to flee the home and did so. She ran to a neighbor asking for help. The suspect was charged with aggravated battery, unlawful use of weapon, aggravated discharge of a firearm, possession of cannabis, and drug paraphernalia. During the search of the Davidson's home, numerous firearms and ammunition were recovered, as was evidence that corroborated the struggle had taken place inside. The officers responded to the call, secured the scene, took the suspect into custody, all in less than 5 minutes. They demonstrated courage, a sound tactical response, and investigative skills that prevented a more tragic ending to this case. They are to be commended for a job well done. They have set the standard for others to follow, and they have represented themselves in the DeKalb Police Department in an exemplary manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to move into a category that focuses primarily on violent crimes. In this group, the honoree tonight is Detective Keith Erkey, and I want to say a couple things about this case. This is a cold case of an unknown subject who sexually assaulted a young lady on Normal Road back in 2012, in October of 2012. And as you know, cold cases are often extremely difficult to solve. But this detective and his tenacity stayed the course. On October 26, 2012, the DeKalb Police received a report of a female victim that had been robbed and sexually assaulted during the early morning hours. During the investigation, it was determined that the victim had been walking home from a party when she was attacked. At the onset of the incident, 2 male offenders approached the victim near the intersection of Edgebrook and Normal Road. They began to make advances toward her, and she rebuffed those advances, at which time one of the suspects began striking her repeatedly about the face. The victim was knocked unconscious. The next thing she could remember was being attacked by the suspect who was choking her, and at some point in time during the attack was abandoned. Police determined that the victim's phone had been stolen. They recovered a criminal sexual assault kit from the victim's hospital treatment, and a neighborhood canvass was conducted, which failed to produce any leads at that time. At this point in the investigation, there were no suspects, no witnesses, and little or no evidence to further the case. The assigned detective was able to track the stolen phone, the cell phone, to Stone Park, Illinois, where information was obtained that led to the identification of a suspect who had once lived in the area. The suspect in this case denied his involvement, yet Detective Erkey was able to secure a DNA sample from him. The suspect's DNA and sexual assault kit from the victim were sent to the Illinois Crime Lab for analysis. The subject's DNA matched the DNA profile of the unknown suspect in this investigation, and his cell phone records placed him in DeKalb on the night of the assault. The offender was arrested on February 3rd, 2015, and charged with attempted aggravated criminal sexual assault, robbery, and aggravated battery. Due to the unrelenting effort and dedication to duty by Detective Keith Erkey, this extremely violent sexual predator was identified, arrested, and taken off our streets. Detective Erkey, you can be commended for a job well done and for setting the examples for others to follow. And I wish everyone had your work ethic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next honoree is Detective Paul Mott. And this is a case that took a little twist and turn, but it always goes to show that sometimes people don't always tell the police the truth. I know you're surprised to hear that. On August 14th, 2014, the DeKalb Police Department received a 911 call from a female reporting that she had witnessed several hand-to-hand drug transactions in a parking lot in the 800 block of Regent Drive. She stated that during the transactions, she observed a gun and that the activity was occurring from a parked car, which she provided the license plate number. Officers responded to the scene, located the unattended vehicle, and were unable to locate the owner. And they furthered their investigation with a canine sniff of the car. The canine alerted on the vehicle, and officers ultimately conducted a search of the vehicle, which resulted in recovery of cocaine and a handgun from underneath the seat. As the investigation progressed, the owner of the vehicle was interviewed by police and was cooperative throughout the investigation. It was later determined that the owner's estranged husband had hired a third party to plant the contraband in her vehicle in an effort to discredit her as a parent or have her arrested while she was going through a contested divorce. As the assigned detective, you vigorously pursued the truth by using a variety of investigative tools. As a result of your efforts, 4 offenders were charged with a variety of felony offenses, including armed violence, unlawful delivery of controlled substance, unlawful calculated criminal drug conspiracy, and obstructing justice. You ensured that an innocent man, or an innocent person was not falsely accused, and that the offenders were held accountable. You are to be commended for a job well done, setting the standard for others to follow, and above all, ensuring the truth prevailed. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
The next honoree is Detective Mark Nachman. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a case that shocked our community. And it's noteworthy to understand that one individual could make such a difference as this detective did in this case. On March 12, 2015, the DeKalb Police began the investigation of a criminal sexual assault that occurred at Huntley Middle School. During the investigation, Detective Mark Nachman interviewed the suspect, who was a teacher's aide that was responsible for the well-being of children with learning disabilities. As a result of the interview of the suspect and diligent follow-up investigation, evidence was obtained that led to the arrest of the offender. The investigation ultimately led to the identification of 10 juvenile victims, a pattern of abuse that spanned several years, 22 criminal charges for criminal sexual abuse or aggravated criminal sexual abuse, and a secondary investigation by the Sycamore Police Department that led to his arrest for multiple counts of possession of child pornography. The victims in this case were very young and vulnerable, and these criminal acts shocked our community. And without the investigative skills, dedication to duty, and interagency cooperation demonstrated by you, this offender would not have been held accountable for these crimes. Detective Nachman has set the standard for others to follow. He has represented himself and the DeKalb Police in an exemplary manner and is to be commended for his dedication to duty, his skills, and his unrelenting advocacy for the victims of this serial predator, oftentimes victims who are unable to even speak for themselves. Congratulations and thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
As the next group comes in, I want to kind of set the scene in regard to this case. I've been a police officer for 36 years, and it is the most violent, brutal sexual assaults that I've ever had to bear witness to. The honorees tonight are Commander Robert Riddell, Sergeant Steve Lakis, Detectives Michael Stewart, Mark Noneman, Keith Erkey, Paul Mott, Angel Reyes, Kelly Sullivan, and Officers Rich Reynolds, Jeff Winters, Aaron Gates, Jeff Weiss, Todd Wells, Tony Kwasniewski, and Abedin Olanaran. In May of 2015, several residential burglaries were reported to the DeKalb Police, most of which occurred in the same neighborhood. However, on May 13th, an older female victim reported that her home in the 700 block of Haish Boulevard had been burglarized. She advised that she had awakened to a male offender standing in her bedroom doorway who had ransacked her home. He subsequently threatened her with a knife, handcuffed her, and violently sexually assaulted her. The on-scene investigation revealed that the offender had accessed the victim's home by cutting a screen and entering through a window. The ensuing investigation was intense. It implemented a wide variety of investigative strategies and ultimately recovered evidence that identified the offender in these heinous acts that terrorized an innocent victim and paralyzed our communities in the days that followed. Thanks to the work of dedicated police officers, the offender was arrested and charged with multiple counts of burglary, home invasion, and criminal sexual assault. Many individuals contributed in a variety of ways to the successful resolution of this crime spree, and as a result of their action, ended a violent serial predator from continuing to victimize our community. They have all demonstrated exemplary skills, tenacity, and dedication to protect and serve. They're all to be commended for a job well done, and they clearly have set the standard for others to follow and have represented themselves in the DeKalb Police Department in an exemplary manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 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 Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Scott. Thanks again.
And we only have a couple more to give out tonight, and then we'll move along into the rest of our council meeting. But this happened just recently. As these officers are getting into the room, there's quite a large group of them. This was the recent T-Mobile armed robbery in broad daylight on Sycamore Road. The honorees tonight are Deputy Chief John Petrogallo, Commanders James McDougal and Robert Riddell, Sergeants John Cosleo and Steve Lakis, Officers Kent Quist, Rich Reynolds, Bert Johnson, Anthony Densberger, Jared Burke, Jeff Ackland, Jose Jaquez, Chris Mecca, Steve Rodriguez, Jason Watson, and Jeffrey Weiss. Detectives Angel Reyes, Michael Stewart, Mark Nachman, Kelly Sullivan, and Paul Mott, and telecommunicators Heidi Clark and Jeffrey Wells. On August 26, 2015, at 3:36 p.m., the DeKalb Police received a call of an armed robbery in progress at the T-Mobile cellular phone store located on Sycamore Road. The caller reported 3 subjects armed with handguns were inside the store. The employees were being held at gunpoint and had been taken to the rear of the store where they were tied up. The first officer to arrive on scene observed the offenders exiting the rear door of the business carrying large bags, at which time the offenders saw the police, dropped the bags, and fled on foot. The officers pursued the subjects utilizing a constant flow of information from our communications center to coordinate a perimeter and from each other to coordinate that perimeter and prevent the offenders from escaping. Officers pursued the suspects from the wooded area adjacent to the scene and apprehended 2 of the 3 offenders and recovered a loaded handgun, all within minutes of the crime being reported. The third offender remained at large for a few minutes in the immediate area that included a residential neighborhood that placed the safety of the residents at risk. Accordingly, the officers maintained the perimeter, limiting the potential for the offender's escape, and began a systematic search of the area with the assistance of a police canine. As the search was underway, the third offender was flushed from the area, causing him to flee on foot further northbound, where officers would ultimately apprehend him. As a result of the officer's effective response and the offender's ineffective implementation of their robbery, they thwarted this robbery in progress. The coordination of information throughout the incident and the follow-up investigation allowed all 3 offenders to be apprehended, 2 firearms to be recovered, all proceeds recovered, and valuable evidence to be secured that would facilitate the offender's prosecution. The 3 offenders were each charged with armed robbery, a Class X felony. Their bonds were all set at $1 million each, and they remained in custody at the DeKalb County Adult Correctional Facility. This was truly a team effort where officers, detectives, and telecommunicators worked in concert toward the successful resolution of this case. All played a key role. All are to be commended for a job well done. All of this resulted in the apprehension of 3 career criminals armed with firearms who were reckless enough to commit their crime without concern for the harm that may cause others. They have set the standard for others to follow. They have displayed exceptional courage, and they have represented themselves in the DeKalb Police Department in an exemplary manner. I would also say that several police agencies throughout the Midwest had a chance to apprehend these offenders because they were serial offenders and had offended all over the country, and it was our department that got them. Congratulations and job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Heidi. Thank you. Thanks again. Thanks again, Mark. Thanks again. Angel, thank you again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to our last two groups. And this group honors, through commendation, an apartment evacuation due to a fire on Crane Drive. The honorees are Sergeant James Hacker, Officers Keontae Mallett, Jonathan Jerzyk, and Jason Goodwin. On March 18, 2015, DeKalb Police responded to an apartment fire in the 800 block of Crane Drive. While en route, officers were advised that there were 2 small children inside the apartment. Upon arriving at the scene, officers observed smoke in the hallway and forced their way into the apartment in order to search for the children. Officers recovered 2 sleeping children, evacuated them from the home, and re-entered to search for more victims. They located an unresponsive adult male and dragged him from the smoke-filled apartment. It was determined that the male was intoxicated and a kitchen fire had caused the smoke in the apartment. The children were sleeping, unaware of the danger, too young to protect themselves or to facilitate their own escape. The responding officers were decisive in their actions. Their rapid response and clearly prevented serious injury or death from occurring. These police officers took action despite the personal risk and are to be commended for a job well done, setting the standard for others to follow. Their selfless acts are of the highest order and represent the police service in an exemplary manner. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final award for tonight. Our honoree is Police Officer Christopher Sullivan. And this is a life-saving award. And the first thing I'd like to do is if there are family members who would like to join Officer Sullivan in front of the audience, I'd please ask you to come up and join him. Sign him up. And I'd also like to acknowledge there's going to be something a little special about this presentation. As a life-saving award, the individual whose life was saved still remains in the hospital, but I believe he's going to be out this Saturday. So if I could, I would invite Lori to come up here with me. Lori is the fiance of that man. And his daughter, too, by golly. And what's your name, dear? Jackie? Well, I asked the family if they would want to participate in this award. Well, if you want to come right over here and stand. And they gratefully acknowledged they would. And I spoke to the victim today personally by phone, and he acknowledged he would love to be here. He's very grateful, but he wanted the family to represent him today. But he will be getting out very soon. So I know, Lori, before we make the presentation, you'd like to make a little statement. Why don't you come up here to the microphone?
Officer Sullivan, I have thought all day for the words to thank you, and there are no words to express our gratitude. Jack wrote a note to you, so I think his words are the best tonight. Officer Sullivan, I don't know you yet, but I know that you saved my life. I am forever grateful. Keep up the good work, and I will be stopping by to see you as soon as I can. Can't wait to meet you. All I can say is thank you. Today is Jack's 51st birthday, and if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be celebrating his birthday. So thank you.
Well, Lori's pinning that life-saving award onto Police Officer Christopher Sullivan, I want to read you this summary of this incident. On July 13th, 2015, at 4 a.m., Officer Chris Sullivan was on patrol. He noticed a vehicle that had left the roadway and entered a yard in the 900 block of South 7th Street. The vehicle was in gear, running, and the driver was found to be unresponsive. Officer Sullivan did a preliminary check of the driver and determined that he was not breathing. He requested assistance from the fire department and immediately pulled the victim, the male driver, from the vehicle and began to administer CPR. He continued his life-saving efforts until DeKalb Fire arrived on scene and took over. The subject was transported to the emergency room at Kish Hospital, where his emergency treatment was continued. To date, the driver is recovered, and as I said earlier, he'll be out this Saturday. And had it not been for Officer Sullivan just doing his job, patrolling these streets, observing the vehicle, and taking decisive life-saving action, the victim would not have survived. Officer Sullivan displayed his dedication to duty, his life-saving skills, his ability to act decisively under pressure, and his willingness to save the life of another. As such, he has represented himself and the DeKalb Police in an exemplary manner and set the standard for others to follow. He is hereby awarded the Life-Saving Award. Congratulations. Thanks to the family as well. I would also like to give honorable mention to the fire department personnel who were on scene. And as you know, you heard at a previous council meeting, this is where they implemented the Lucas device that was funded by the council and continued life-saving measures that were key to the survival of the victim. Those fire personnel are Lieutenant Fritz, firefighter Juraska, firefighter Thornton, and firefighter Franklin. My gratitude to them, and I'm sure the family would say the same. In closing, I just found out today that a dear friend of mine was died as a result of wounds he sustained in the line of duty. His name was Dwight Manis. He was a deputy with the McHenry County Sheriff's Office, and as you all know, that's where I retired from. Just less than a year ago, Dwight Manis and his partner responded to a follow-up call in regard to a check for well-being and domestic situation. Upon arriving at the scene, knocking at the door, announcing their office, the offender from inside the door, with the door closed, began to shoot at them with an assault rifle. Dwight was struck in the torso and the leg. His partner was struck in the leg. Both suffered severe injuries. Today, Dwight passed away shortly after attending rehab as a result of those injuries and succumbed to his injuries and lost his life. I'd just like this council and this community to have that family in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Gene, thank you for your leadership and congratulations on all the recognitions this evening. Thank you. Moving to yards of distinction, I'm going to ask those present to come forward. Edward Harvey, Cynthia Capek, Mark and Ellen Hine, Keith and Becky Tabone, Jeff and Susan Waddell. These are recognitions for the respective properties of these individuals, giving attention to their residential property. Ed and Cynthia, congratulations. Ellen and Mark,
Hey, Ed,
there you are.
congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, congratulations.
We'll distribute the other two certificates to those individuals. Moving to mayoral appointments, there are several appointments this evening I have before council. Let me read the six appointments and then ask for council action. Appointment of Claire Crone to Citizen Environmental Commission for a term of 2 years from August 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2017. Reappointment of Dan Kenny to Citizens Environmental Commission for a term of 2 years from August 1st, 2015 through 17. Reappointment of Keith Koch to Citizens Environmental Commission for a term of 2 years, 2015 through June 30th, 2017. Reappointment of Bill Alekno to Citizens Environmental Commission for a term of 2 years from August 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2017. Reappointment of Sharon Scala to Citizens Environmental Commission for a term of 2 years from August 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2017. And the appointment of Veronica Garcia Martinez to the DeKalb Public Library Board for a term of 3 years from July 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2018. Is there a motion to approve the mayoral appointments?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Noreko. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman O'Leary. I'll ask for a voice vote on this. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, public participation. I do have several individuals registered to speak to G3 and G4. I'll call on those individuals at the respective times and would ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to an item before City Council at this point. You can. Is that one of the? Thank you. Okay. Seeing none, I'm sorry, Bessie.
I have three
Identify
items.
yourself, please.
3 items?
Identify yourself.
Oh,
Please.
I'm sorry. Bessie Chronopoulos,
Thank you.
423 Gale Avenue, Ward 5.
Thank you.
I have 3 items, but I'm not sure about the third one because it's something that's on the consent agenda, and I'm not sure if that item is going to be pulled or not, so should I
Go
wait
ahead.
until
No, go ahead
it
and-
goes on the consent agenda, on or off, or
Go
should I?
ahead and speak to
To
your
speak now,
issues.
okay. First of all, before that, I just wanted to thank the chief, and if he could pass along to all those phenomenal people and how young they are and how brave, and wow, it's just incredible the things that they do to keep us safe. Stay safe, and God bless all of you. The other item, you might notice as in the back, you have the city logo. You might notice from time to time the city logo, which is on a lot of your documents and papers and on the screen and so on. I was hoping that it could also be on our website in a more prominent position other than this other generic thing that's on there. This logo was put together after quite some dialogue from one of our boards and commissions, and it even has, it's trademarked. It's got an official trademark, and I really don't understand why it's not in the prominent position when you first pull up the website, why it's not on there, boom. You know, City of DeKalb, Opportunity, Innovation. So I've been talking to staff about it, but not getting anywhere. So maybe council can discuss that at some point in time, and maybe we can talk about it later. Okay, so you want me to talk about the item that's on the consent agenda now?
That's fine.
Okay. This is specifically for item number 3 on the consent agenda. It is Resolution 2015-0105. My primary concern about this item is that this pathway, it's for a proposed pathway by Village Commons, between Village Commons and University Plaza. My primary concern here is the fact that this area is in a floodplain. The other concern that I have with this resolution is the procedure. You don't pass a resolution with an incomplete agreement. And the other item of concern is the information from past meetings. To the best of my knowledge, as I went through the agenda that the council was looking at, that the information from past meetings has not been available here for council, and I don't believe it has been thoroughly researched by our current staff, because some of these items were done before some of the staff was here. For example, all the proper agencies, especially the drainage district, were not informed in a timely manner. Not until about a month or so ago. They weren't able to invest themselves in the discussion. This area is indeed in the floodplain, or at least part of it is. And this morning, after talking to some staff at City Hall, I discovered that the agreement is not yet finalized because all the parties have not completed their parts. The church folks have not met amongst themselves. I'm not clear as to where the University Plaza is on all of this, and the drainage district as well. And if I'm not mistaken, none of those entities were notified that this was going to be on the agenda. So a resolution is before the council to approve this project before the agreements of the detail are finalized. And the other thing, and this is something that has concerned me for quite some time, if you look on page 112, this is where the information begins, 112 of your packet, is where this, the memo from the city manager begins. And I'm quoting from page 116, section 1, part of section 1, where it says, substantially, in the form attached hereto as Exhibit A, which I would assume is the agreement, subject to such revisions as shall be acceptable to him with the recommendations of city staff. Basically, what that says, after you get done with the legalese language, is what this states is that the mayor has the authority to change the attached agreement recommendation with the assistance of staff. Now, I think the thinking of staff is to expedite this situation, but I have a real problem with there being an open-ended authority here. No offense, Your Honor, but I just have a problem with a change being made to any kind of an agreement without the council approval, not to mention the fact that this agreement isn't finalized yet and you're approving it and looking at it. And this kind of blends into the whole idea of what a consent agenda is all about. That is set aside for items that are routine, not for resolutions and ordinances that require a little bit more discussion. That's a very bad habit. I think this is a habit that the council has had for quite some time now. Passing ordinances and resolutions before agreements are completed. It's ridiculous. It's bad form and very bad management, and certainly putting them on a consent agenda like this, not good. And the other thing, well, we'll do that another time because I don't know if you're going to be changing, but it's how you mix at the end of your agenda, how you mix ordinances for first reading with second reading. Usually you do the second reading first because that's the business from before, and then you do the business that's more latter. So, anyway, maybe you ought to consult with the IML as to how this should be done.
Okay, thank you, Bessie. And I apologize, I do have 3 individuals that I'll call to speak to the similar issue, F3, which I understand as we work through consent agenda will be removed for separate discussion. Okay, thank you. Moving to consent agenda then, not seeing others wishing to speak at this point. Ms. Vasikas.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. actually, my intention is to kind of springboard off of what Bessie talked about. It is a fact that earlier this year, the city of DeKalb was found in violation of the Open Meetings Act due to the failure to approve a settlement agreement in open session. It didn't happen, and therefore violations occurred because of that. Now there are some proposed settlement agreements in the consent agenda. Now, it may seem very efficient to just have them in the consent agenda and take care of them that way. However, I want to point out that one of the school districts downstate, Champaign, I believe, approved a settlement agreement in open session. It wasn't even consent agenda. It was separate. However, there was no discussion. And the Open Meetings Act says that before this public vote can occur, there needs to be a public recital of the main provisions of proposals, some explanation of how it's going to affect us. So that was actually the first public access counselor opinion handed down in 2014. The public access counselor of the Attorney General's office has spelled out what the public body needs to do. And that is, recital is a public performance. So what this means is that a settlement agreement tucked into an agenda packet, which is what the Champaign School District tried to do, is not enough. So the public body needs to present in a public performance that settlement agreement. Not every word has to be read, but the main provisions need to be recited, and there needs to be some explanation for why it's going to pass, what it's going to do for us. So I believe that having settlement agreements, and probably more, although this is where I feel that I'm on firm ground, it need to be considered separately, and that it would be an error not to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak at this point? Well,
my name is Steve Brown. I'm the head trustee at Emmanuel Lutheran Church here in DeKalb. We are requesting that, I'm here to speak on number 3, Resolution 2015-105, that this be removed from the consent agenda. Because we are still negotiating, we are still asking for clarification on what the cap would be used for on that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Steve. Moving then to consent agenda, not seeing others wishing to speak. I'd like to remove 1C, which are minutes of the City Council meeting of August 24th, 2015. For separate discussion, I'd like to remove F3, which has been requested to be removed for separate discussion. Are there other revisions to consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
It's been moved by Alderman Noreko. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Snow.
Discussion.
Discussion?
For our city attorney, there was a mention that there seems to be maybe a couple of them, I'm guessing 6 and 7, that Lynn Facicas wanted. Is that the ones you wanted more explanation of? Lynn? No, the numbers on the consent agenda, that there were 2 resolutions talking about workers' compensation lump sum petition orders. Were those the 2 you were questioning? I would defer to the city attorney if we need more explanation than what's in here.
At the council's preference, if you'd like to have an oral recitation regarding those, we're happy to provide it. We're at your convenience. We're also happy to explain the public access counselor opinion that was referenced. We have had a number of discussions with the public access counselor where they have explained that they have not entered any opinions or findings that prohibit or limit the use of a consent agenda, which is a technique that the Illinois Municipal Code expressly recognizes and authorizes. This is obviously a very different circumstance than action in a case where the public access counselor found a violation to exist. But if the council, out of an abundance of caution, wants a verbal recitation in addition to the very detailed written information provided, we're happy to do so at your pleasure.
It's already attached, right, to the agenda?
It's attached to the agenda. It's available on the city website as well.
And I guess for the council's pleasure and for members of the public that may be in attendance, the two action items in question are both workers' compensation settlements. Two city workers suffered compensable injuries. We have gone through a process of evaluating those injuries and evaluating the nature and extent of those injuries and the extent to which the city has a liability to compensate those employees for the injuries that are suffered. The first action item contemplates a workers' compensation lump sum petition and order for city employee Roger Newman. And that would be in the amount of $58,000. The second item contemplates a execution of a workers' compensation lump sum petition and order for city employee Christopher Ziola, and that would be in the amount of $100,000. And again, there's far additional greater backup. Those are within budgeted sums, and the city does have the authority to authorize those settlement agreements if you choose to do so.
Further discussion on consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call then.
I'm sorry, 1 minute, please.
So just to clarify, the motion to approve is with the removal of the minutes and with the removal of item F3?
F3, correct.
Markort,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8-0.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Alderman Fanouken. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Markwart. Roll call.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you. Moving to item originally F1C, minutes of city council meeting of August 24th, 2015. I would just note that there are several corrections to those minutes. Page 34 of the agenda packet, paragraph 5, third sentence, there are grammatical corrections needed in that sentence. Page 35, Jeffrey Crane, and these are speakers who spoke before council. Jeffrey Crane in the second paragraph of page 35, Bill Moore, page 36, and Valerie Redmond, page 37. Need correction. Is there other discussion of those minutes? Hearing none, I'll ask for approval of the minutes as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Snow. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman O'Leary seconded. Roll call.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you. Moving to item originally F3, Resolution 2015-105, authorizing an agreement relating to the construction of a multi-use path south of University Plaza. I'll turn to City Engineer Leskowski.
And-
Well, let me ask for a motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Noriko moved, Alderman Markwart seconded. Discussion. City Engineer Laskowski.
Mayor, before
I'm sorry.
Mr. Laskowski talks, just a suggestion, if there's concern, we've had extensive discussions with all the parties involved, but if the council determines additional conversations are needed, we'd be happy to table this to the next item or to the next meeting. But otherwise, City Engineer, Interim Director of Public Works, John Laskowski, can give you an overview, letting you know what's in the floodplain, what's not in the floodplain. And then City Attorney Frieders would also be happy to comment on it from a procedural standpoint and why the resolution is structured the way it is. With that, it's up to you as how you want to handle it.
I'd suggest moving forward with discussion this evening. If at the end of that discussion, council chooses to table, I'll certainly entertain that motion. City Engineer.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. Today, I'm going to discuss the University Plaza Emmanuel Lutheran Church with you. This path is actually a path that extends, or would be proposed to extend, from the south property line of University Plaza to the north property line of VCB. So also the north property, it would extend the entire length of the width of Emmanuel Lutheran Church. To give you a little bit of background, this path has been in place, or the dirt path at least has been in place as long as Google Earth goes back in time. So I did a little research just to see what it looked like back in 1999, and it gives you several different updates from pretty much 1999 all the way to 2013. So I'm just going to pass this along so you can get a look at what it looks like. Yeah. As you can see, the dirt path has pretty much been there for the last 16 years. And so it's one of those things where when we went out there last fall, we made the observation that this is a path that has the potential to be improved. And this, I think it was a great collaborative effort between the Emmanuel Lutheran Church, the University Plaza, Capstone folks, and the city of DeKalb, as well as VCB, to recognize that there could be an improvement made in this area. So one of the big concerns that we had noted is one that it's a very dimly lit area. So in this area where this dirt path is, there's a potential for a crime to occur. And we received a favorable recommendation from the police department indicating that an illuminated path would improve the safety conditions in this area. And additionally, constructing the 8-foot wide asphalt path would provide a defined location where we would be conveying pedestrians from VCB to the University Plaza property. We saw it as also a nice path that would help NIU students get from point A to point B, and it could potentially even, I think the reason that VCB was so interested in it is it's going to have pedestrian traffic going by the businesses there. So taking a look at it from that perspective, we found that it would be a pretty good collaborative effort to moving forward, and at the time it seemed that everybody was on board with it for the most part, but there is the agreement involved that we have to discuss. And so within the agreement, one of the reasons that it's being presented to you tonight is because if this does go forward and the Capstone University Plaza people sign the agreement as well as the church, that means that we would be able to start construction with the approval of the city this season yet, and the project could get done pretty much immediately. Additionally, the benefit we felt to the Emmanuel Lutheran Church is that by indicating that the city council was on board, it would give them the confidence to go forward with the project as well. So the purpose of the path is, well, and from what I understand, I spoke with Pastor Marks of the Emmanuel Lutheran Church today, and he was comfortable with the agreement, but he did have a couple items that he wanted to add and remove. And I guess I should back up and explain the city's role within this agreement. So we are essentially the facilitator of this agreement. When it first came up, the Emmanuel Lutheran Church was a little uncomfortable with entering into an agreement directly with Capstone, and they felt that if the easement was in the name of the city, that the city would be able to enforce the parameters of the agreement, which would be the maintenance, the snow plowing, and the maintenance of the streetlights as well. So the reason going forward then that the city council is approving it right now is because we're trying to boost the confidence of the Emmanuel Lutheran Church. When they review it, they can see that, you know, the city and city councilors behind this effort to construct the path. And as far as, I guess, some of the issues that were raised earlier, the path is actually not in the floodplain. If you take a look at the plans on page C110 of the backup material, they're produced by Dave Weber of Weinlar, a professional engineer. What you'll notice is there's a zone AE that delineates the stream bank or the stream bed, and zone AE is the floodplain. And the path you'll see is outside the extents of the floodway and floodplain, and this is something that when I review all the engineering plans, this is something I pay particular attention to, because the city does not want to have any adverse effects of the watersheds downstream from the development. So, we have been working, going forward on the agreement and getting it straightened out. We've met once, and we're scheduling another agreement that will include the drainage district, the University Plaza, the city, and what we're trying to do is see how we can progress moving forward, and see if the agreement needs to be adjusted in any way. We could tweak it in the sense that it would be accommodating to both the University Plaza as well as the Emmanuel Lutheran Church. So that kind of gives you a little bit of the background of where the agreement's coming from and why we're moving forward with it at this point. And if there's any questions that
I can maybe jump in at this point and offer a little bit of additional background. When the city first started contemplating this, it was in the summer of last year. And at that point in time, we had preliminary conversations with, obviously with Capstone, the developer here, and also with the church. And it was language from the church that we based the development agreement on, where they had expressed a concern that they wanted to provide an easement to the city, but were generally supportive of the project. Over the year since this was approved last September, John and John's predecessor have met with the church and with Capstone and with the bookstore that would be impacted by this on a number of occasions to discuss the parameters that we'd be moving forward under. This is not a project that would be funded by the city in any fashion. It's not something that the city would be expending any revenue on. It would be funded and maintained exclusively by the developer of the University Plaza property. We wanted to ensure that we were going to be identifying the correct corporate entity that was going to be responsible for the long-term maintenance of that development. And that is why at this point we have not filled in who that entity would be. But in terms of any changes to the agreement, it would not be our intention, and frankly, it would be contrary to the plan development agreement to take on liabilities for the city. It contemplates that this is the liability for construction and operation would be that of Capstone or its successor as the owner-developer of the University Plaza development.
Can you tell me what discussions have taken place with the drainage district that I know,
Sure.
has a concern about this?
At the outset of the project, I transitioned into the role with my role with this project probably in I suppose April of this year. And when we first met with the Pastor Marks over at the Emmanuel Lutheran Church, he had indicated to me that I needed to reach out to the drainage district as well. And at that point, I recognized that, yeah, I definitely did need to reach out to the drainage district. Prior to that, my conversations with TJ Moore today, I was just trying to follow up with him to get some of the history on the project as well. He had mentioned that he had spoken to the drainage district, but he couldn't recall if this was a specific topic that he had arose at that time. So as of this point, I've had one meeting with Mr. Twombly of the drainage district, and I'd like to think that we're trying to move forward to address all his concerns in the subsequent meetings that are going to be scheduled with the drainage district, the University Plaza, and the Emmanuel Lutheran Church.
Alderman Baker.
If memory serves me correctly, about 14, 15 years ago, the drainage district cleaned out all of these water drainage right on through to the lagoon, and they have ultimate authority here, so you gotta, at least they think they do, that's what they told us at the time, and I believe them. That path was there in 1975, 76 when I lived at the University Plaza, it's a natural path. It's where the fence opened up and it's how you got to class. So I don't, if they're gonna follow the natural path that has been there for decades, that's a smart move, because if you were to let them put it anywhere but where it's worn, the people will walk exactly where they've been walking and they'll not be on the path. So if you're keeping that in mind, that's the way the university for the last 100 years decided where to put sidewalks. They waited for the grass to get worn and then put a sidewalk there. So it's the right thing to do. But the 8-foot concerns me when you talk about putting up lighting. Please make sure that if the city has to go in there and plow that, that we can fit a pickup truck and maybe a 9-foot blade through there, or a V-plow that won't hit the poles or the lighting poles.
Yeah, ultimately, the University Plaza would be responsible for that maintenance, but I should have mentioned too, part of the design is an 8-foot wide path with 2-foot shoulders that are gravel on either side.
Okay.
So,
I'm just worried about down the road if the city gets called to run a plow through there because it didn't get done.
sure.
Alderman O'Leary.
So who actually owned that parcel of land right there?
That's going to be, the Emmanuel Lutheran Church owns that parcel of land, and they will continue to own it.
All right, thank you.
Alderman Noreko.
So if we approve this today, will you come back to the council with the final agreement?
I can come back with the final agreement. What this agreement allows us to do is, essentially, there's 3 parties to this agreement.
Mhm.
And in order for the agreement to be, I guess, authorized or approved, all 3 parties have to sign on. So it's the University Plaza, the Emmanuel Lutheran Church, and the city of DeKalb all have to sign on to this agreement. Somebody has to sign first. In this case, I felt that bringing this before the city council today would allow us to indicate to the Emmanuel Lutheran Church that, the city is supportive of this effort that you're trying to make, and we'll be behind you to enforce any maintenance issues that we need to do.
And we've already mentioned the drainage district, but you didn't mention them in terms of any, signatures required on the agreement?
I can maybe address that one too. The proposed sidewalk is not on property that the drainage district has an easement over or has any recognized interest in.
Okay.
They certainly, if it was going across the creek, their drainage way, it certainly would be something that we would look to have them sign off on. We certainly are working to cooperate with them as another unit of government, but they don't have any property interest in the land that underlies the sidewalk today. If 20 years from now they need to make the creek bigger and needed to expand their area, they would have to either buy or condemn property from the church. But as it stands today, the path is entirely on property owned by the church.
Okay. Thank you.
Other discussion?
Yes, I do.
Alderman O'Leary.
So if we haven't gotten an agreement with all parties, why is it before us right now?
The agreement's before us right now because we're giving Mayor Ray the authorization to sign on to the agreement if there's any changes that occur between the University Plaza and the Emmanuel Lutheran Church. Our role in this agreement won't change. Essentially, the easement is being granted to us, and our role in this is to make sure that the University Plaza is performing all the maintenance duties. And if the Emmanuel Lutheran Church chooses to, calls us and says that, the path isn't being maintained, there's a light out, we have the ability to contact University Plaza and say, this is something that needs to be maintained.
Okay, the gentleman that asked us not to sign today, isn't he from that church?
Mr., I don't know who you.
Mr. Brown, yes.
No? He is from the church?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Head trustee of Emmanuel Lutheran Church.
He's what?
Head trustee.
Oh, he's the
At
head
the church.
trustee?
Yeah.
And he's asking us not to do this tonight until y'all come to agreement.
I'd probably defer to him to find out exactly what
I thought
he's
that's what he
asking.
said when he came up to the mic.
He'll be speaking to us.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Other discussion? Let me turn to individuals that are, unless there was other presentation. John?
No.
Or Dean? Okay. Bob Twombly wishes to speak to the issue.
Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Bob Twombly. I represent the Normal Drainage District.
Bob, could you speak into the microphone, please?
How about
Thank
that
you.
one?
That's
That
good.
work?
Yep.
The district has not been informed. We were never asked to attend any meetings in regard to this. We have a, Watson Creek is part and parcel of the drainage district. We drain 2,200 acres, the university, portions of the city. Now, about a month ago was the first mention that I had heard of all of this planning, et cetera, et cetera. Now, as I said, Watson Creek is within our jurisdiction. It's within the district's jurisdiction. The floodplain next to it is in our jurisdiction. How can I explain this any more? The fact is, city, whoever was responsible, did not contact us. We had no input. We had no knowledge of this until about a month ago. We, as the district, having jurisdiction over that, are bringing this to your attention. The church doesn't want it. I've talked to the Plaza people. They don't want this pathway. We don't want it because students are dropping garbage, et cetera, into this water. And then I get complaints. EPA gets involved with me, wastes a lot of my time. If you will give me permission, I will read one of the ordinances that are based on Illinois drainage. Pardon me, my speaking voice went out a long time ago. Our ordinances are based on the Illinois drainage laws, statutes, I should say. Those are pretty well cast in steel. They've been in effect in Illinois since 1878, and they've never been broken. So what I'm saying here is we have the right to preempt on this particular matter. Any further questions? Could you give me a minute's break here?
I don't believe so. And Bob, I'm not sure it's necessary to read the ordinance. You're noting that this is an example ordinance that's on the books, correct?
It's on the books. The Normal Drainage District has never been touched, has never been contacted until about a month ago when someone dispatched 2 interns to my house with a city vehicle, and they handed me this proposal and the agenda.
Okay.
I'm objecting very much to this.
Okay.
It's something that the district is going to have to take action on.
Okay. Alderman Snow.
Yes,
Are
if
you
I can hear you, I'll be all right.
Are you suggesting that the bike path is within the floodplain or is not in the floodplain?
It is not a bike path. It is
Well,
a-
whatever it's called, I call it whatever you want. Is it in the floodplain or not in the floodplain, according to your opinion?
Yes.
You're
According to Illinois drainage statutes, it's in the floodplain.
Well, I mean, a statute doesn't say whether something's in a floodplain. A map would show that, I assume.
Right.
So you're saying the map shows it in the floodplain?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Other questions of Mr. Twombly? I see none. Did you have further comment, Bob? Do you have further comment?
I'm asking the council to table this measure.
Okay.
And at this particular time, for further review. I'm
Okay.
asking this.
Table would be permanently removed. Are you asking
And,
for a postponement until it meets
I
your?
think that all of the Fifth Ward Alderman, Kate, did you objected to this?
I did request that it come off the consent agenda so we could have further discussion on it.
You did request that it be postponed or?
Well, I simply requested that it be removed from the consent agenda.
Okay. And what did, who did you
That's
contact?
what we're entertaining now, Bob.
Say what?
We're entertaining discussion on this as a separate motion.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment.
All right. So I was unable to hear all of your conversation in the back. So right now, I thought I heard someone up here talking about it. And what was your decision on this particular?
We haven't reached a decision, Bob.
Okay.
It is on the floor for discussion.
All right. Any questions?
How long would you like it postponed for? How long of a period do you need it postponed for you to be involved and put your blessing on something?
Oh, I would think probably at least a month so that I can contact all the people. The Plaza people informed me already that they do not want this path. And I'm hearing that they do. So, I mean, I've got to check into all of this.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. John DeLabo?
John has left.
Okay. Steve Brown, did you wish further comment?
Just, one
Come to the microphone, Steve, please.
One question for Mr. Laskowski. You saying this is going to be an 8-foot multi-purpose path? Okay, right now, what we have there is very informal path that the youngsters have formed. I mean, there is a fence there. The fence gets fixed. It gets cut. Okay. But it is just a pedestrian path. If you were to put 8 feet of asphalt down and start running anything heavier than people, there are also 2 drainage lines that run underneath that to the creek, and you could collapse them. And those drainage lines come from the church. That would cost us an immense issue in itself. So just to be clear here, what you have is an informal pedestrian path that the youngsters use. There have been efforts to close it off, and we don't like to close people off, but just for safety reasons, and it has been recut. We put a fence up, they cut. And this is what they're telling me in the past. I'll be honest, I haven't fixed it recently, but it has been fixed, and when it is fixed, it is recut. But it is not an 8-foot multi-use path that's there. There's trees lining each side of it, okay? So just some information in that for it. And,
Thank you, Steve.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Pete Springmeyer?
My name is Peter Springmeyer. I am with Emmanuel Lutheran Church. I have several different concerns over this issue. One of them being the lights. We're being told that lights would be installed. I'm rather disturbed by that. As I said, I'm a member of this church. Several years ago, we put on an addition and a remodel that was rather large for our church. When it came down to the parking lot, at one of the last minutes, the architect told us, what I've drawn, the city council will not approve. They don't like all of the light that we have drawn on here. They don't like the height of our poles. They don't like the light trespass. so we have to redesign it. So they had to redesign all of the lights in our parking lot. They are now very short poles, very numerous poles. We had to put 2 poles in the middle of the parking lot. So I'm rather disturbed to think that now all of a sudden the city wants to come in and put in lights or have lights put in when 10 years ago, we couldn't have light. Seems to me that we're not quite on the same page. One day we don't get to have light, now all of a sudden we do have light. I'm disturbed by that issue. I do understand, I have talked with Pastor Marty Marks today. Yes, he has had a little bit of conversation with a few of you, but it has not gone to our trustees, even though our trustee is here tonight. It needs to go to the trustees. It needs to be approved by them. Then it needs to be approved by our church council. Then it needs to be approved by the voters, and only then could this ever pass. I don't know why this conversation is even being had, because as I heard earlier, this has not been put together in the right order. I'm really disturbed over the fact that you want to put in this sidewalk. You already have sidewalks on Annie Glidden Road and on Russell Road. This is private property. There is no reason to put a sidewalk in on someone's private property. Nobody wants a sidewalk in their backyard. I don't need to ask you. I know you don't want it. This is our property. Yes, the students have walked on it, but you don't need to put a sidewalk on our property. I know you don't want one on your own. You already have sidewalks to maintain. Why build another one? I heard earlier tonight that it was stated that this easement has been granted. I question, who granted it? The church owns this property. We have no documentation that an easement was given to anyone, so I don't know why this word easement is even being used. So, I really thank you for your time, and I really hope that you don't push this through.
Thank you, Peter. Alderman Fanouken.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we table item F3 until such time as staff can research the drainage district applicability and as well as the position of Emmanuel Lutheran Church.
I second that.
It's been moved by Alderman Fanouken, seconded by Alderman O'Leary, that the motion before us be tabled, giving staff time to discuss with the owner and the Emmanuel Lutheran Church.
Why is everybody using the word table? That means it can't come back.
Well, it can be, but it's awkward. I would prefer a postponement. I agree with you, Alderman Baker.
Okay.
And
Alderman Fanouken, are you willing to adjust that language to postpone?
Perfectly happy if that's what the rest of the council would better understand,
That's
postpone or
acceptable.
delay.
I'll second postponement.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I can,
Yes.
to echo Public Works Director Laskowski's comments from earlier in the meeting. We've been meeting with Capstone and with representatives of the church for over a year now. Every inclination that we've had until late this afternoon was that there was support from both sides. From what we understand, Capstone still supports the project. As the Public Works Director indicated, we understand that this would have to go through a formal approval process with the church. This was brought forward to you to determine the council's level of support for going forward with the project, recognizing it still has to be approved by 2 other parties. But we're happy to continue those discussions, as the city manager indicated at the outset, and bring this back to you at a future meeting.
So what's being asked tonight is authorization for staff to pursue an agreement among the parties.
It was authorization for the city to sign an agreement, but obviously an easement has not been granted. It would require, as we indicated, the approval of Capstone, who would undertake the work, and the approval of the church, as they would have to grant the easement for this to happen. And we recognize that those 2 steps are certainly a component of this. And again, we're happy to bring this back, as the city manager indicated at the outset. But this, for the record before the council, I want to be clear that we have been meeting with those parties regularly, and every inclination that we've had from them has been positive.
Thank you. We have before us then a motion to postpone. Further discussion on that motion? Alderman Baker.
For a 30-day postponement, or is it indefinite?
Just ask till such time staff can provide the answers. So
Can you be
penalties
more
of this-
specific?
Until the church give us the okay to do whatever on their property.
Until staff can move to an acceptable agreement, is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
That sounds clear. If
sounds
the first and seconds are okay with that?
Yep.
Do you have that, Jenny? Okay. I'll ask for a roll call then on the motion to postpone.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion carried. Okay, moving on then to items for separate action. Ordinance 2015-38, approving a special use permit for a co-location of Verizon Wireless Cellular Communications equipment on the AT&T Tower at 1500 South 7th Street. And this will be for us at first reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Fanouken. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Snow. Discussion? City manager?
I'll turn this over to Principal Planner Derek Hyland to summarize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, 1500 South 7th Street has located upon it an AT&T telecommunications tower that's roughly 300 feet tall. The property, 1500 South 7th Street, is zoned light industrial. As recently as last year, a few months ago, we've talked about cellular communications antennas within this particular area. Verizon Wireless has identified the AT&T tower through previous discussions as a viable candidate and option to co-locate their equipment upon that tower. At the August 26th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they held their public hearing on said request for Verizon Wireless to co-locate equipment at 125 feet in the air on the AT&T tower legs. The Planning and Zoning Commission, after deliberation and consideration, recommended approval subject to the 6 conditions outlined in your staff background report and into the ordinance. Since the August 26th meeting, the petitioners have been very diligent on updating the plans to attempt to address most of those 6 items. For example, the 6 items for consideration: 1 is approval of the co-location. The second is the proposed panels as a color that matches the existing tower of a neutral color. 3 of the 6 is approval from the FAA, Federal Aviation Agency. 4 is the loading areas, parking lots, and driveways shall be paved, initially proposed as gravel. 5, landscaping shall be facing public rights-of-way from this facility. And 6, a structural engineer's report. You can see some of those can be addressed immediately within the plans. The remainder of those will be addressed at the time of building permit. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval conditioned upon those requirements. As you'll see within the background materials, staff concurs with the recommendation. The applicant has agreed to pave that. They've resubmitted plans that shows landscaping now in the areas depicted on the previous plans, and the antenna and appurtenances for the equipment have all been shown to be in a neutral color for your consideration tonight.
Discussion, questions of Planner Hyland? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you. Motion carried. Ordinance 2015-39, approving a map amendment, preliminary plan and final plan allowing Chipotle Mexican Grill located at 2383 Sycamore Road to have an outdoor patio. And this issue is before us at first reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Jacobson. Is there a
Second.
seconded by Alderman O'Leary? Discussion.
Thank you.
Planner Highland?
Thank you. This item before you tonight began in August 12th at the Planning and Zoning Commission. The subject property is also the DeKalb County Shopping Center that, based upon my research, was adopted roughly in 2000, subject to a planned unit development that we have located within it. Now the Verizon store, Michael's, that area there that has the Sprint store. So this is the area south of what I would describe as Oakland Place or the Target Shopping Center. In 2000, our ordinance that approved this was very prescriptive and very specific on what types of uses could locate there. Chipotle, who has identified 2383 as a location that they are building out, and for those in the audience, if you remember the Qdoba Mexican Grill, it's the same location they've identified to occupy. They approached the city and said, we would like to have an outdoor patio, much like we do on the West Lincoln Highway restaurant. In order to do so, before you tonight, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered the map amendment and the final plans and plat, or final plans to show this location of the outdoor patio. At the Planning and Zoning Commission on August 12th, there was consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding fencing. At that time, they allowed the petitioner, Chipotle, to investigate further fencing around the outdoor patio area to eventually allow for outdoor alcohol sales. What they had found, it was their preference to not install fencing, therefore eliminating the possibility for Chipotle to put in an outdoor patio with the ability to serve liquor. Essentially, those two go hand in hand with the liquor license. If you want outdoor patio with liquor, it needs to be fenced. Their concern was by fencing the patio, they would lose 2 to 4 different seats, and it wouldn't be worth their while. Their preference, when they returned back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, was to install a sign that says no alcohol beyond this point inside the building. You'll find that similar today practiced at the Noodles, just north of that particular location. So, the Planning Commission recommended approval for your consideration tonight that essentially adopts the new plan showing the outdoor patio in the background materials without the fence.
Discussion, questions of Planner Highland? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Markort?
Yes.
Snow?
Yes.
Noriko?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
O'Leary?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion carried. Ordinance 2015-40, amending Chapter 64 Smoking Regulation, Section 64.02, prohibition of smoking in enclosed public places of the municipal code as it pertains to the prohibition of smoking on public rights-of-way, streets, and accompanying sidewalks, and traverse or touch the property of Northern Illinois University in furtherance of the Illinois Smoke-Free Campus Act. And this is before us at first reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Noriko. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fanouken. Discussion.
As per the discussion with the City Council at the Committee of the Whole meeting on August 24th, this is a request that has come from Northern Illinois University to consider adopting a regulation that would address smoking within the rights-of-way to prevent them from becoming an attractive location for smokers to congregate and potentially subject themselves to hazards. As the Vice President and General Counsel for NIU indicated at the last meeting, every other state university affected by this act has either adopted or is in the process of seeking adoption of a similar ordinance. This is purely a policy consideration for the council. It has been prepared as the consensus seemed to be at the last COW meeting for your consideration. We do have one note for you this evening. The ordinance does reference, with regard in subsection B of 64.02, north-south streets. It indicates Carroll Avenue, and if the council should choose to approve this ordinance, we would ask that you approve it with an amendment indicating Carroll Avenue from Lincoln Highway on the south to the northerly terminus. So to the north end of Carroll Avenue rather than the reference that's currently in there.
Okay. Discussion from council? We've got 3 individuals wishing to speak this evening. Karen Martz, or Matz, I'm sorry.
I would urge the council to consider, to accept some form of this proposal. Certainly, NIU going smoke-free instead of just standing outside the buildings now. The students are going across the street and standing, which is on my property. They are, loitering. There's groups there. It's, rather than just walking on by. My mother was a smoker. I was so proud of her when she actually quit smoking, and then I was so devastated when she died of lung cancer. And I find it quite disturbing to see groups of people just standing outside, on the sidewalk adjacent to my property, smoking. And I would urge you to consider, expanding this. I understand that smoking is legal, but what is it under discussion is where is it appropriate, where is it inappropriate? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Diane Demers?
Mayor Ray, Diane could not be here. She had to leave early. I do have a statement from her.
Do you want to file it with the city clerk, please? And then Misty Haji.
Thank you.
So we don't get to hear that then?
Sure.
Well,
I'd love to hear it.
I'm happy to read it.
do you wish? Go ahead and read it.
Thank you. So on behalf of Diane, who is one of the officers of Preserve Our Neighborhoods, she writes, I would like to urge the City Council to vote against the amending of Chapter 64 Smoking Regulation, Section 64.02. This amendment would grant authority to NIU to prohibit and enforce the prohibition of smoking on certain streets and sidewalks that traverse or touch the property of NIU's main campus in DeKalb. This amendment would expand NIU's jurisdiction into heavily residential neighborhoods and streets such as Woodley, between College and Lucinda, North First Street between Kishwaukee River and WNIJ's North Entry Driveway, Garden Road from Lucinda to the north end of North 40, Normal Road from Lucinda to Newman Lane, and Lincoln Highway, both sides on the south end of NIU. I think we can all agree that smoking is not good for your health. However, this amendment will create more problems than it will solve. Expanding NIU's smoke-free zone will force students to walk to and congregate on private properties to smoke. Private properties will not have trash cans and ashtrays for smokers, and will no doubt find their properties become littered with cigarette butts and other trash in short order. This amendment will also be problematic for DeKalb residents whose properties abut this new footprint and who are smokers. A resident who steps out of their house with a cigarette or an e-cigarette can be cited or fined just stepping off their property or taking a walk from a street or sidewalk outside the area to within the area. How is a smoking ban going to be enforced in these new areas? Will both NIU and city police be issuing citations? Will there be a fine? Will NIU need to hire more police to enforce these proposed new laws at the same time they're letting faculty and staff go? Will NIU police now be allowed to cite people for other city violations? Is this proposed amendment, if passed, really enforceable? I saw an older man smoking a cigar while tailgating in one of NIU's parking lot at this past Saturday's football game. No one was around to enforce the no smoking ban. I urge the council to
to consider the side effects of such a poorly thought-out amendment and vote against its passage. And that's all she wrote.
Thank you.
Okay, now, speaking for myself, as chair of Preserve Our Neighborhoods, I wish to read the following. The smoking ban is a no-tolerance smoking ban. This ban is ordered by the state of Illinois and Governor Rauner, and it requires that, quote, campus means all property, including buildings and grounds. Campus would, end quote. Campus would also presumably include the Rockford campus, the Hoffman Estates campus, the Naperville campus, the property on Sycamore Road, and possibly other property. Would NIU police also patrol and give tickets on all of those campuses? Or is our area being unfairly discriminated against? Since the statute says campus means all property, including buildings and grounds, end quote, it does not say anything about streets. Yet, NIU is asking for jurisdiction over streets. Are you voting to, quote, amend Chapter 64, Smoking Regulation, Section 6402, Prohibition of Smoking in Enclosed Places of the Municipal Code as it pertains to the prohibition of smoking on public right-of-ways, streets, and accompanying sidewalks that traverse or touch the property of NIU in furtherance of the Illinois Smoke-Free Act? That's what it says. Section 15 goes on to say, the prohibition set forth in this subsection A shall not apply to the instance in which an individual is traveling through. And that's what it says in part. How can NIU police tell if a person is walking or riding a bicycle as their mode of transportation is in violation just by walking or riding a bicycle while smoking? I don't think smoking is good for you, but there are people who are going to do that. It is a shame that NIU, in the course of holding public hearings, neglected to inform Preserve Our Neighborhoods of this no-tolerance smoking ban at all. It is also a shame that when a group of residents from Preserve Our Neighborhoods requested a meeting with City Manager Gara, she did not return my call until today. There was about a 3-week gap in there. Finally, please look closely at the things that I have said and I have mentioned today. This is an overreach by NIU, and this resolution is fraught with problems. I ask you not to pass it. Thank you for myself, and thank you for Diane.
Thank you. Other discussion from council?
Point of clarification, please.
Yes.
I would understand the sidewalks that are on the campus side of the street, but if we could, I'll pick out a specific example of Normal Road north of Lucinda, where the east side of the street is campus and the west side is not. Does this ordinance include that west side sidewalk? Or is that not covered under this?
The ordinance would include, as it's drafted, both sides of the right-of-way. And that's intended, again, I think that was as discussed at the last council meeting, but it's intended in many ways to address the concerns of the first resident that spoke, that otherwise what you're urging students to do is cross the street and stand on the other side of the street, or to be in the street.
All right, then, anecdotally today, I was on Garden, and there is no sidewalk on Garden, but there were a number of individuals standing on the west side of the street smoking. How would that be addressed?
It would be within the right-of-way. That's how the ordinance is drafted. That is how it would be enforced. But again, this is purely a policy consideration for the council. As drafted, it would be the right-of-way. So that would be wherever that is for Garden.
Alderman Jacobson?
Under this law, we would basically be telling a homeowner that lives in a home there that they can't use their own front yard to smoke if they choose to. And that the NIU police could then go and harass our homeowners to tell them and ticket them for violating a campus ordinance.
Their front yard is not part of the right-of-way, correct?
Correct.
So they could smoke in their front yard?
I'm saying they couldn't be on their own sidewalks in front of their own homes under this ordinance.
They couldn't wash their cars.
Yes, if there's
It's in the right-of-way.
if they're on one of these streets and it's in the right-of-way, that's correct.
Noted in the staff memo, NIU is not contemplating harsh enforcement terms. They are proposing to work to ensure campus safety and prevent roadways from becoming attractive places to commingle and smoke. So I don't think
The
they're
reality is they're
anticipating.
not enforcing it. Again, the letter said I was on campus smoking all weekend, and they're not enforcing it. Several officers came over to speak to me, and they're not enforcing it. It's an unenforceable law. To create a prohibition on a legal activity on the campus is silliness, and it's going to create a major enforcement issue that they're going to have to contemplate on their side. For us to get involved in the silliness only makes us look that much sillier. To vote yes on this is stupid. It's ridiculous. You're telling our homeowners on their legal side of the street they can't smoke in their own front yards. Whether you like it or not, it's legal. And for us to get involved in adding to this ridiculousness of this ridiculous state law, do so at your own peril.
Alderman, did you have a comment, Kate?
I'm thinking.
Okay. Alderman Baker?
This is a tough one for me. I remember being the deciding vote to make the public places in DeKalb illegal for smoking. I didn't have a problem with that one. This and the number of people that approached me on that were not that many, especially when I explained to them that I grew up around my mother who was a chain smoker and died of cancer. But this one's really feeling like I'm thinking of Garden Road when the council, which this current council still needs to address that problem. I was there at the Kite Fest and noticed that there was an awful lot of yellow paint where there shouldn't be. But when you eliminated the cars from being able to park there, they just went out to the neighborhoods and parked in all the neighborhoods. Then we had to come up with a street-by-street ordinance of you had to have a special pass to keep the students out of that area. And everyone that's approached me on this ordinance has had the same theme. It's just going to push the smokers into the private property. I think that they're probably correct. And that's what concerns me. I don't know if we should table this or maybe postpone it for a semester or two. But I think we're just kicking the can to the road here, and not the
We're out
yards.
of the road in this case.
Alderman Noreko.
I'll start out by making what is a strong statement for me. I abhor smoking. However, I recognize that it will be, confusing for students in terms of, okay, how far can I go? I'm thinking of right-of-way and going, okay. And if it's basically already been stated as the best will, or the worst will do is give you a slap on the wrist, I know teenagers and those in their early 20s, they will totally ignore that. I mean, totally. And
I see representatives from NIU here. I don't know if they wish to speak to that.
So we understand the complication in some of this. Just a few important facts to remind you. First, let me apologize that Vice President and General Counsel Jerry Blakemore had to go on to deal with another immediate issue at the moment. So I will not speak as eloquently on all legalese, but I will do my very best. But Commander Rodman is here with me as well from the NIU Police Department, as last time we had some questions with regarding enforcement as remained this evening. So first, a few comments on the purpose of the ordinance. As many of you know, this is a state mandate that our campus be moved to smoke-free. What we were concerned about as part of a task force at the university that was mandated to be formed when looking at the map was the fact that there are several City of DeKalb streets that traverse the center of our campus, as well as the border streets that are, as you point out, Garden Road is a very good example. One side is our campus and the other side is residential areas. So there was some immediate concern that this ordinance would force whether it's students, staff, faculty, anyone who is associated with the campus, to walk across the street, and then to become an issue of nuisance for the residents immediately across the street. So that was certainly a consideration. It's something that Vice President Blakemore brought up last time. There are 9 public institutions all under this ordinance. All of them are considering very similar measures with regards to areas that are highly residential. Our campus has received numerous complaints already from residents. One here was this evening who actually hadn't called us yet, but several, especially on Garden Road, businesses on Normal Road, folks crossing Annie Glidden to be able to do this. So certainly we understand all of the comments made this evening about how will this work out. But our first concern is one of complying with the state ordinance, which we have, which is focused on a public health issue. Second of all is to our residents immediately adjacent to us and business owners not to make this a nuisance for them as well. I'm going to let Commander Rodman speak to the enforcement issue because several questions and comments were brought up on that factor. So,
with regards to the enforcement, the goal would be to focus it on more of an educational base. So the student conduct would be a process to be able to bring that student in, to be able to have an educational discussion, and they would then have the option to fine. With regards to employees, human resources would be the recourse for that instant. With regards to ordinances, we currently are already writing city ordinances, but the goal would not be to address the individual walking down the sidewalk. It's to address the individuals that collecting groups that the residents spoke of earlier, when you have groups of 10, 15 individual students that are sitting or standing right off the residences and continue to smoke, and just to address some of those complaints. We've had numerous complaints on Garden Road, along Lucinda, where they are concerned about the litter that is taking place from those groups. So that is the focus, is to address the groups. The individuals is not quite the concern, is to address more of the nuisance of large groups of individuals residing in one area. So, are there any other particular questions with regards to enforcement?
Alderman Jacobson.
I mean, what would preclude them from moving another 2 feet into the resident's yard?
Correct. Trespass is with the individual.
So now you're
continues
going to be
move into their-
enforcing trespassing on residents' property.
If an individual continues to move towards someone's yard and we get a complaint, then we'll have to address that
And will
matter.
that be an NIU enforcement issue, or will that be a City of DeKalb enforcement issue?
That will be a partnership, and that is
So
obviously
we
something.
were told last time that we would have no enforcement responsibility, and now the reality is we're likely going to be getting phone calls about this when the reality is if I ask you to speak closer into the mic, you'll take a step over where it was easier to hear you. That's what smokers are going to do. If it's illegal there and legal there, they're going to make that step.
Sure. So the goal of the NIU police is not to make this a DeKalb issue. We are trying to own this, right, because it's a state university and we are a state institution. And so the last thing that we want to do is continue to pawn this issue onto the City of DeKalb. So NIU would work to own that, but there's always a partnership and communication between our department and the DeKalb Police Department.
Thank you. Alderman Murray.
You mentioned fines. If you've tried the educational approach and you see a group that's, a consistent offenders, what kind of fine? I mean, $20, $100? I mean,
Sure, and that is going to be up to the student conduct process. It will be a smaller fine, but I can tell you that the University of Illinois, their first fine is $25. The second fine is $50. The third fine is $100. But if it's a student, there's a higher level that you can always go to. I mean, there's certain probations and that type of thing that you can move to get their attention. If monetary is not an issue,
Oh,
there's other methods that you can move towards to grab their attention.
Okay.
Alderman Baker.
I brought this up at the last meeting. I think I recall that our police department would not be interested in enforcing the most obvious and easiest enforcement possibility by your department, and that would be simply a littering fine when they throw the butt down when they're done. Would you have a fine that you would enforce that on if?
It would be the same. It would be a littering fine, and that's something that we're not interested in pursuing at this point. We're focused more on the educational base and the student conduct process and the employee action. However, it is an option if we do decide to do that, but that is not the intent at this point.
If I am a homeowner or a business owner, and I don't think there's any businesses on Normal Road, I can't think of any, but I think I'd probably mostly just be interested in not having the butts on my lawn to pick up, and if you're not going to enforce that, then the argument prevails to not have them pushed into the private properties. And I don't think you want this voted on right now. I think the flavor is going to go against you. I think maybe you ought to ask for a postponement till you come back with a better plan.
Sure, just to address the one issue, but the goal would be not to have the people there to congregate so that the butts could not show up. So the goal would be to eliminate the crowds. Therefore, there would not be any potential for the litter.
Alderman Jacobson.
I mean, this is the perfect example of what I've been preaching about when we get involved into these moral hazard laws. First, we're talking about an issue that some people abhor. I don't abhor non-smokers. It's a choice they make. That's a choice they choose. I don't abhor them for that decision. That's their decision. I respect their decision. I don't go out asking people to smoke or recruiting smokers. First, we start with a very emotionally charged decision of getting rid of smoking. Then we start talking about, well, now we're not going to let people freely associate. Then we talk, well, now we're not going to let people have their own property rights on their own property. This is where this goes. It's so ridiculous. To strip away the non-smoking movement will take away the rights of everyone to pass their agenda. And we're talking about these things that are constitutionally guaranteed freedoms to hope that we can stop some smoking and to provide the education. We're talking about kicking kids out of school if they don't follow these directives with $25, $50, $100 student conduct fines, bringing it to student conduct. This is outrageous. The law is idiocy. And the city should not be, again, jumping into this idiocy. I want to share a quote that's been attributed to Abe Lincoln. There's some debate whether or not it was actually spoken by him, but I think it sums up the issue well. Prohibition will work great injury to the cause of temperance. It is a species of intemperance within itself, for it goes beyond the bounds of reason in that it attempts to control a man's appetite by legislation and makes a crime out of things that are not crimes. A prohibition law strikes a blow at the very principles upon which government was founded. Think about that, and that's what we're talking about here.
Mayor Ray, if I might.
Yes.
Let me just clarify that the NIU is not seeking to extend the tentacles of NIU's jurisdiction, as some have suggested. What we are seeking to do is to not have a state mandate to become a true nuisance to our neighbors and our business owners all around us. Certainly, this is a city decision if you do not choose to extend the ordinance in your public right-of-way. We are already dealing on our campus with the enforcement, as Alderman Baker and Alderman Jacobson have pointed out. So certainly, these are things that we are working on. The task force that was mandated to be formed looked at the map again and saw, wow, there are issues in here where there certainly could be issues of public safety, where we've got roads running through the middle, and issues of a nuisance for those businesses, where one side is NIU and one side is residential, as the speaker who spoke tonight, and several of others who have complained. But certainly we recognize that it's ultimately your decision whether to to go forward with this ordinance. And we're just trying to be as good of neighbors as possible in a situation where we have a mandated no smoking ordinance on our campus, and know that it will impact those around us, and certainly seek to do that in the least offensive way as possible.
Thank you, Jim. Alderman Baker.
Well, I think that I'd like to propose a postponement for 6 months, since it was addressed to us that many other campuses are working on an ordinance, working on a solution. Let's not be the groundbreakers here. Let's see what happens elsewhere first.
It's been moved to postpone for 6 months. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Alderman Snow. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
They voted down for good.
Is this roll call on the amendment,
Yeah, on the postponement.
on the postponement? Thank you.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson,
No.
sorry,
No.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay, motion carried.
Here we go now.
Mayor,
Yes.
before we move off this item, can I make a statement?
Sure.
I want to correct respond to some incorrect information that was shared with you. Misty Haji Sheikh shared earlier that I did not return her call. She called me on August 24th. I did. We spoke. In fact, we spoke this afternoon. It was I that, during the course of the conversation, suggested that I coordinate a meeting with the Elwood Historic Neighborhood. I've spoken to you as the mayor. I've talked to Alderperson Noriko. So I just want to correct the fact that I ignored her call for 3 weeks. I've spoken to her several times on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to ordinance 2015-37, approving a planned development agreement and implementing PDR zoning for a certain property in the city of DeKalb, designated University Village. And this ordinance is before us at second reading. I'll turn to city attorney.
Is there a motion?
I'm
Did you-
sorry, is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Fanouken, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman O'Leary. Thank you. City
Aye.
attorney.
We have before you this evening the proposed rezoning of the University Village property from the current MFR 2 status to a PDR, Planned Development Residential status. As the staff memo indicates, and to clear up some, I guess, confusion that has occurred in the past, while this does have areas where there are deviations from the existing zoning standards in other zoning districts, this is contemplated as a complete rezoning. It has been contemplated as a complete rezoning from the outset of the project. This would result in a zoning map amendment where the property would no longer be MFR 2. It would be a planned development residential zoning designation with accompanying development agreement. The PDR zoning status and the development agreement are both reliant entirely on each other. We wouldn't recommend the PDR zoning status without the parties agreeing to the development agreement. And similarly, the development agreement can't be implemented without the PDR zoning status. So they've been presented to you this evening as one action item, as they have been in the past. This did go to City Council at your last meeting and was approved on first reading. It is before you this evening on second reading. There have not been any substantive changes in the development agreement. It is before you in substantially the same form that it has been previously presented. There have not been any changes in the areas where the proposal deviates from the existing zoning standards applicable in other zoning districts. And as noted in the backup material for this, this is a matter that's been pending for over a year and pending publicly with a very significant amount of public involvement since January of this year, when the first public meetings were held as informational meetings, followed by an extended series of public hearings at the Planning and Zoning Commission, followed by consideration by this council and approval of a resolution directing the negotiation and preparation of a development agreement, followed by consideration of the ordinance that's before you this evening.
Thank you, Dean. Discussion from council? Alderman Noriko.
There has been significant discussion on this issue, as Attorney Frieders pointed out, and I know I've participated in significant discussions with constituents and residents. I appreciate the feedback I've gotten. I think that some of the opinions have been formed based on misconceptions. Individuals have been concerned about elements of the sale, forgetting or not recognizing that this was a private sale, that the city has no right to intervene in that process in terms of the financial transaction. Also, there's been a perception that the property has declined and the city neglected its duty. However, again, the city did not have any legal authority to inspect individual apartments without registered complaints. There's a concern that the density will be negatively impacted with the proposed agreement. However, the density will not change if this is approved. Also, a concern that the city is actually rewarding the current owners for neglect of property. The owners are taking advantage of a free marketplace with moving forward with a sale. And with the agreement, the proposed agreement, the city has more opportunity for inspections and oversight. Without a change in operation and management for University Village, the property will continue to decline, thereby negatively impacting the quality of life for the unit's residents and ultimately the other city residents. I support this agreement with the following recommendations or statements. First of all, that there be strong support for the established tenants association, encouraging their leadership to maintain a regular meeting schedule and established meetings with Evergreen Management and Security Properties as necessary. Also, as appropriate, assisting the tenants group with research and review of the agreement with Security Properties and relevant city ordinances. Secondly, consideration of a rental inspection ordinance, exterior and interior, to ensure ongoing maintenance of rental properties throughout the city, to forestall concerns regarding deterioration of property. The time to address that issue is not when you're pointing out multiple problems with a unit, but rather to identify those issues when they can be corrected. And you can work with a manager, a rental owner. With these recommendations, I continue to support this proposed agreement for University Village because I truly believe that it will help us move forward. But again, it will involve the support and interest of many people throughout the city. We can't approve this and then just leave University Village to work it out on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Were you proposing any amendments in your ideas?
No, I'm just saying that these are things that I think we need to, consider.
So you're suggesting we kick it back to the drawing board and get started and roll up our sleeves?
I am not suggesting we kick it back to the drawing board. I'm saying we approve this and then we, encourage, direct city staff to come forward with a rental inspection ordinance. And then we work with the Tenants Association to ensure that they do have regular meetings. And whether that's the community development director, working with them or touching base with them, that would certainly be one avenue. So my recommendations are in the form of suggestions at this point. And I do not want to postpone or table this proposal. I think that all the parties involved have been very patient, and we need to make a decision.
Thank you. Okay. Alderman Jacobson.
I would agree with a lot of the things Alderman Nurko brought up. I think the issue has been clouded from all corners, whether it be attacking the current ownership, whether it be the private ownership issue, whether it be attorneys from their side coming in telling us we must. All those things, again, I think have made this issue, a very difficult issue, more difficult. I don't think anyone is saying that we don't want to support the Tenants Association. I don't think anyone's saying that the property doesn't need an investment soon to get this property back up to livable standards. I've had tons of community conversations since our last meeting, and I said I was very conflicted that feeling like a no vote would be a vote for status quo. And I thought about that comment, and I've explored it in depth. Why is that? And I've been able to rationalize it, at least somewhat in my own head, that our hands are tied up here. Again, we weren't able to be a party to the original LIPRA or HUD agreements. We aren't able to prevent that from happening going forward in the future. We aren't in control of our own destiny in that neighborhood. And from that is where I think a lot of that cloudiness came from. There's attacks on the current ownership, there's attacks on all different parties involved, when the reality is there is a party that is wholly responsible for this, and it's HUD. Is there someone from HUD in the room tonight? Are they here?
Where?
Is there a representative from HUD in the room? Nobody wants to take that, to identify that, huh? That's the problem right there, is they have not been at the table. They have not been in conversations with the city council. I realize the mayor claims to have had discussions with them. Staff may have had discussions. They have not been at the table to have this discussion, and they are responsible for this. They are doing annual inspections, and clearly the properties are barely livable. They are the ones that bind the city to these agreements that we have no control over our destiny, and they're not here willing to discuss it. They're the ones that have allowed this property, in concert with others, to become a public hazard to all residents in the neighborhood, including those that live in University Village, and probably more so to those that live in University Village. It's because of that that I am going to vote no, because by saying yes, again, we do the best we can. I don't think that's good enough. It's my hope that a no vote will keep security properties at the table, but will bring HUD to the table to start having the real discussion we need to have of how we fix this going forward, so that we don't have this problem in 5 or 10 or 41 or 100 years that causes the neighborhood and very likely the university to suffer because of poor decision-making that isn't local and that doesn't take into account our residents' needs as a whole. And again, how else to get them here but vote no and tell them, hey, we have a major problem. You need to get here. So I am still very, very conflicted on this issue. Again, I hope that in this diatribe that security properties understand that it's not an attack on them. We appreciate what you're trying to do. we appreciate also that you're here for profit, and that our residents, my ward, Bill's ward, the city as a whole, we need to protect that. We don't need to protect profit. We don't need to protect all those wonderful things, and our hands are tied. So the hope is, for me at least, that a no vote would bring HUD to the table and really open up a discussion to fix the problem.
I'd like to refute that HUD has not been at the table, or the assertion that HUD has not been at the table. HUD, Midwest Resources have reached out to city staff in formulating the agreement behind the PDR zoning. As late as today, I've had 2 contacts from the Midwest office of HUD, and basically they were reaching out to your leadership of city council, expressing, are there additional questions that they can answer? Is there information
Why haven't they
that's
been
needed?
brought in front of the council?
Those questions haven't been brought to me.
Mayor, you
We've
are
had
the
2
mayor,
weeks.
but
We passed at first reading. We've had 2 weeks that I've encouraged public vetting. I've encouraged council to contact staff. Certainly, my ear has been open to have those conversations. HUD has been at the table, Dave.
Okay, Mayor, if you're going to speak
Alderman
for
Baker.
us and meet with HUD, tell us what happened. Tell us all the details, please. Because I haven't had one conversation with them.
Dave,
I'd like to know.
Okay, I'm telling you that HUD has reached out. Is there information that they can provide? I'll be glad to offer that to HUD now that I've heard it. I haven't heard that previously, that you've wanted an audience with HUD.
At the first reading, I objected vehemently to the fact that we hadn't heard from them, and you stated that you had been talking to them. That was as far as it went.
Okay.
Now, I'd like to
I'll be
have them
glad to
here, and
pass
I'd like
that
to,
back.
and I'd like to
Okay.
have a long discussion with them as to what's going to happen. for the
Well,
long run.
I apologize if I've misheard that, but that's certainly what I heard, Dave. Other discussion from council? Alderman Noriko.
As I recall, in the proposal, there is a requirement that if the new owner is going to make any change in terms of agreements with HUD or the Illinois Authority, that they're within, prior to doing that, they have to contact the city. Is that correct?
Yes. As one of the previous memos on this had indicated, HUD had offered some suggestions on ways of improving the development agreement. The suggestions that they had offered were that the city request notification of any changes in their status. They also had suggested the human services funding that the agreement contemplates, and had pointed us to other examples of agreements where that had been utilized. And they also pointed out the importance of the third-party purchaser of the tax credits here and the extensive authority that they would have over the development, and the need for the city to be notified of the identity of that party, so that
Yeah.
if there are prospective issues with property maintenance enforcement or the condition of the property, that we'd be able to reach out to that party as well.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman O'Leary.
Okay, for me, I have seen a property of security properties in Elgin where it was a problem area that they had. And when security properties came in, they fixed up the properties, and now the crime rate has gone down, and it's a nice area. So after seeing that, I decided that I wanted to support that issue with the University Village, to bring in someone that's going to build up the property. So, but the comments that I've received has been more about finances, it's been more financial, it's all about money. That has clouded a lot of people's judgment, because they want to know who's getting this amount, who's getting that, oh, this is too much for this, is this too much for that. So that's not for me to decide, because the selling price has nothing to do with us really. But for them to be zoned where they need to be zoned, which I feel that there are other complexes in this city that needs to be zoned the same way, because we only have 4 that falls within the category of our current zoning. Only 4 complexes out of what, 36? So if Fairdale would have happened here, we would have had a whole bunch of apartment owners before us asking us to bring them up to 18 as well. So for me, I'm going with the 18. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion from council? Alderman Baker.
Are we going to hear from the audience?
Yeah.
I think that.
I'm open to.
Yeah, I think we
council.
should have done that first. Last time a lot of people criticized us.
Thank you, Dave. I'm ready to turn to.
I'd love to hear from the audience. I have a lot of questions,
Thank you.
but I'd like to wait.
Jeff Hallgren? And I would ask folks to respect, I'm not going to administer a 3-minute timeline strictly, but I would ask you to please respect a request for your comments within a 3-minute reasonable
I'll work it into 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Council, thank you very much. My name's Jeff Hallgren. I was on the Zoning Board of Appeals for 7-8 years, and this is a subject that's very, very dear to me. Basically, this hinges upon the City Council's relationship with their own planning commission. Throughout DeKalb's Unified Development Ordinance, we see words like, upon the recommendation of the planning commission, such and such will move forward. The contention that the word recommendation under these circumstances can be either a recommendation for or against, this seems ludicrous to me. See, it just seems patently absurd. Why have a planning commission if you can ignore the judgments of those planning commission people? Especially under these circumstances, their only recourse under those circumstances would be not to consider something. If you can take their judgment either way and say, oh, that's a recommendation, and they come down 6-1 against it, it just seems absurd. So their only recourse would be not to consider an issue. So this issue of the University Village comes up in front of the Planning Commission. They don't consider it. Therefore, you guys cannot move forward because they didn't make a recommendation based upon your own unified code. So the word recommend implies a positive response. When you recommend a person for a job, you are recommending them to be hired, not recommending any old thing you may be thinking. A vote against the plan should be interpreted as a recommendation, should not be interpreted as a recommendation. The Planning Commission voted 6-1 against rezoning University Village to allow for 18 units per acre, 50% more than are allowed. I think you should follow the ruling of your Planning Commission and vote against the increase in density. Such an important vote should not hinge upon semantics. They voted against it, and you have them there to give you recommendations like this. So why are they there if you are going to ignore it on a 6-1 vote? If you choose to ignore your Planning Commission, why even have one? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Jim Mason? Not present. Michael Welch? Sorry, Jim, I couldn't see through that.
That's okay, but I was watching you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Council, staff, and everybody in the room. Before I start, my wife and I have been in this town for 51 years, I think, and we are so thankful for the police and fire and for everything that happened here tonight and everything that I heard last year when they had the commendations for the police. My wife and I do everything we can to help the police and the fire, and I think they know it. And then we help them, they help us, and it makes a better community. And so, although it took an hour or two, it was worth every minute of it. And Chief and all your people, we appreciate everything you do for us. Thank you. I was in court for 2 hours a day with Judge Brady. I had 20 complaints of issues that have emanated from this chamber. I cut it from 20 to 1 to get a ruling on the issue of elected officials versus present officials. And in the past, I've been in this room since 1969, on important issues, you always have a 5-3. You have 8 people. The majority is 5-3. If the mayor doesn't vote, it's 4-3. What happened here, in my opinion, the reason I went to court is I have tons of case law that substantiate what I'm saying. I think the first vote was not a qualified vote, and I actually don't think we should be here tonight. Now, the judge said, Jim, he was actually talking to me through my counsel, that let's go ahead and have the vote, and then you can go for redress. Well, that's $200,000. The reason you want to have a declaratory judgment is to stop it so we can get a determination, Your Honor, on elected versus present people. No. So I was denied, and we're here tonight. So let's have a vote. Kate, what's the definition of insanity? You all know what I'm
Keep
saying?
doing the same thing
Over and over and over. Why in the hell do you want to deal with HUD? Now, my wife and I own close to 1,000 apartments. When's the last time you came to me and asked me for all these helps, all these set-asides and all this stuff? Or Paul Saucer, or Charlie Lang, or John Cuny, or all these other people? What are we doing here? Do the same thing for another 40 years? I said originally when I came in here and talked about this, we don't need outside owners and we don't need outside landlord or managers. That's what you get, and that's what you got. The other thing is when the rent is guaranteed by the federal government, why should any landlord or manager do what we do? We have to please the public. We have to please the public so they'll come back. The people, the lovely people who live in these units, they don't want to say anything. They don't want, they never argue about anything because they're afraid that somebody, administrator, is going to kick them out. So we don't need this. And the other thing is I can fix it up for $2 or $3 more million. Why does it take 20? I know nobody cares about the federal government and the 18 trillion in debt. But I'm an old fogey. You don't need $2 or $4 million, $5 million, $6 million, especially when they got $4 million in soft costs, which they have never told us what it is. I do $30, $40 million deals and I pay a point. This thing stinks. The nice thing about this is that the tenants are guaranteed a place to live, no matter who owns it. So if a private person owns it, they gotta apply with the rules. If HUD runs it and runs their goofy regulations on these people, no good. So, anyway, I want to thank you for putting up with me for the last 6 months. And I've never been so motivated about something because I am probably a libertarian. I don't even know it. And I don't want it to look like the city is going into business with security properties. I don't want it. I don't want to see that. Because there's been so much push and shove to make this work when you don't need to. If you put it out for the other 29 builders and owners, it could all be fixed up. like the old-fashioned way, like pay for it yourself. You see, when these bonds are sold, the people that buy the bonds are not going to have to pay income tax on the interest they receive. If I do it, I have to pay. So I make I'm resting my piece here. I hope that it's an 8-0 vote against this, because if this passes, in closing, the Section 8 developers will see DeKalb as a place to buy all these units that are more than 18 units an acre. Let's say I have some that are 41 units an acre. So the developers on Wall Street say DeKalb's open for business. You go out and buy all these apartments, and you put in mothers with children, and that's what you've got. I rest my peace. I hope you all vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Michael Welsh.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple weeks ago, I gave a 40-year history of the University Village. I'm not going to recite that again. Hopefully everybody took notes. What I am going to talk about is what happens today. Okay? And what happens today either continues for another 50 years, what we've had, or the most recent of what we've had, or it says to HUD, don't bring people here against your own policies. Don't have a community that's too big with no ability to help themselves, an island, okay? We were told over the last 6 months that, hey, DeKalb is committed. This property is committed for 20, 30, 40 years, depending on which units, to being what it is today. Really a HUD-owned property, okay? They don't want the title, they want the control, okay? Because the units are 40 or 50 years old, 40 plus years old, we can go to HUD and say, you've had your time in these properties. We want out. That's what the city council can vote. Or, they've already told you what they're about to do. They sell the bonds, that's 50 more years. Obligated for the villages to be what the villages are right now, because they've shown what they can do. If you believe in the federal government controlling those properties for another 50 years, vote yes. If you would like to have DeKalb and the community and local management control what happens in the northwest quadrant of DeKalb, a place I love and live, then vote no. And then, yes, sit down with HUD, but sit down with HUD to discuss the out. Not what little money we can get from this connivance or that connivance. The out. Don't overvalue this property for the current property owners who didn't do us any favors. That's what this deal is. And I don't object to 12 or 18. I object to somebody manipulating hard-fought rules of the city of DeKalb so that they get their free money. We don't do deals, or at least we didn't do deals before, to help people get better loans, free money. That's what they're asking for. I mean, that's what's behind the whole discussion. And anybody that moves back in, I'm pro, resident. Anybody that moves back in is going to, and owns that property, is going to have to fix it up. I want somebody that wants to keep it up. And the federal government, despite their regulations and their high and mighty proclamations, they're not running DeKalb that way. They're running it as a place that, oh, we don't have any place to put this person in Northern Illinois. Let's see. Oh, we have guaranteed spots in DeKalb, Illinois. Let's send them there. That's not it. That's not what we want in DeKalb. I appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will Heinisch?
Good evening, Council. Will Heinisch, local businessman, property owner. I've had several concerns this evening, and a lot of new information's actually transpired since the last council meeting. Number one, my concern is that the city properly follow city and state laws. I attended the court proceedings this morning at the courthouse, and this really was not against University Village at all. But was raised was 13 to 15 procedural issues that were in air, raised questions for clarification on how this process has gone. And like Mr. Welsh said, somehow over the past 3-5 years, we've kind of started to slowly change the rules and how things are interpreted rather than following state and city law. If the judge said this morning, basically, and ruled that if the rules are not properly followed, that these may be presented back in court. And I believe they definitely will be, because the defendants weren't ready to debate on all 13 to 15 issues this morning. And I don't blame them, because the case just evolved within the past week, and some new developments within the past week of the opposition of property within that area. And that follows a new set of rules and laws. And so I'm asking for clarification and that proper procedure be followed, including that it should take a 2/3 majority vote in favor to pass this tonight. And it still raises the issue, too, tonight it won't be an issue of whether or not the mayor can vote in a tie vote. The lawyer at the last meeting representing the Tenants Association has raised many concerns on the language in the agreement and claiming discrimination against the residents. And I kind of agree. The reason for all the language that the city has put into this PDR is because of HUD's failure. And if this is continued and if this passes, it will solidify the segregation and the concentration and density of low-income housing for another 40 to 50 years. These agreements of the city and this PDR would not be needed if there was integration, which HUD promotes by affirmatively furthering fair housing. And examples of this are Peoria and Aurora have been able to renegotiate with HUD, and Rockford is currently in the process. Why? Because the council voted no. Why? Because HUD came in and is talking to all the council and all the community members. Why can't DeKalb? An outside observer last week, I was explaining the situation, he was looking at it, and he looks really, I'd be upset if I was Seattle Properties. He said, it looks like the city is actually extorting money from Seattle Properties. It's play to pay in Illinois, isn't it? It's the good old boys club. I go, what are you talking about? He's like, well, in the payments of social service agreement. He goes, I said, well, yeah, half the residents are of low-income housing. I called the DeKalb Housing Authority, which of the property they run in DeKalb. They do a very good job. It's more the federal and the state level is the problem. But he said, yeah. He said, what about the other 50% of the low-income housing that gets subsidies in DeKalb? Where are their social services? It looks like City of DeKalb is just handing a bribe out to Seattle Properties, play to pay. I said, well, I hadn't thought of it that way. And then we had a potential bribery of an alderperson. And I got thinking, maybe it played out too soon. Was it to scare other aldermen to voting yes, so you wouldn't be a no vote? And why would that be? Oh, but maybe it's the $4 to $5 million plus in soft costs. Could that be it? The easy and quick temporary fix to University Village is vote yes. Yes, it'll improve short term. Yes, 7 to 10 years, we're going to be right back in the same situation. The hard decision is to vote no for the long-term betterment of the residents of University Village and the residents of the city. I know with the 20-plus other buyers for this property and a little extra hard work and effort from all the community, council and staff, we can be proud of DeKalb and make the right decision by voting no. I am not giving up. I'm willing to put my best foot forward. I want to be involved in this because we all have an interest in the city of DeKalb. So I'm asking everybody to please vote no and please clarify the rules. And I believe it takes a 2/3 majority vote, a positive. Otherwise, this will be back in court again. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. John McCune?
I'll wait my opportunity.
Lynn Fazekas? If she's out watching on the TV, come in the room. Aaron Reinke?
Lynn's right there.
Where? She didn't stand.
I saw her.
Lynn Fazekas? Thank you. Aaron?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I wanted to make 2 points this evening. First, thank you in advance for your consideration of Security Properties petition. And second, as the last speaker alluded to, Mr. Mason filed a letter dated September the 9th with the city clerk, which purports to invoke section 20.04.05 of the DeKalb City Code, which would essentially require a 2/3 vote of the city council in order to pass this measure. That's predicated on Mr. Mason's position that he owns a frontage that comprises more than 20% of the subject property. And can we have the slide, please? Okay, well, I did have a slide that I wanted to share with you, but I have printouts as well.
It's coming.
Maybe it's coming now. Well, first, let me start by saying that your own ordinance requires that this letter be filed no later than 24 hours prior to consideration of the measure. That has not happened. This letter was filed on or about the 9th. The first consideration before this council was August the 24th. So it's obviously our position that this letter is too late. And the second part I wanted to address was the frontage. If you take a look at that exhibit, you'll see Mr. Mason's property is 1110 Varsity Boulevard, and the frontage there is 377.1 feet. And that's represented by the red line. The blue line is the University Village frontage, which is 2,308.95 feet. So when you do the math, which isn't necessarily my strongest suit, you end up with an amount of 16.33%. So it's therefore our position that not only was this notice filed late, but it's also does not meet the threshold required by your own Unified Development Ordinance. And so for that reason, I do not believe that a 2/3 vote is required. And if you have any questions, we have staff here. We're all willing to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
State law also requires to overturn a zoning and planning commission's ruling that if a planning commission is denied a request, that it also requires 2/3 of the majority.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Aaron.
I also have a question.
John.
If you look at the red mark where Mason's property is, if you look at the one phase just to the right of it, you're trying to lump phases into one bucket. That phase by itself standing alone is a 3/4 or is a majority.
Well, the pending zoning petition is, the property is redeveloped as a whole unit, so there is no, phasing in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mac McIntyre?
Mac McIntyre, 118 Oak Street.
in DeKalb. I'm going to try to stay under 3 minutes, but I'm going to go right down the list. First, I want to thank Dave Baker for being here tonight. I know that he's here tonight instead of a very expensive vacation, and he had to eat those costs. And I think that type of a commitment to the residents of the city of DeKalb should be pointed out. Now, continuing down the list, Monica, I heard at a, I believe it was at Stagecoach Theater Candidate Forum, you say that you would not support this project unless equitable property tax rates were arrived at for this property. And they're not. I think the finances are very important on here. And then I want to address this misnomer that's gone out that now's not the time to talk about the social issues that surround this. If not now, when? In 50 years? Is that when, because the city of DeKalb was asked to participate in a program 40 years ago. It's come due. It's your responsibility to review what impact that's had on this community. It's your responsibility. Unfortunately, the timing is now. And so to say now's not the time, we can't discuss it because the buyers have some kind of a deadline that this has to be passed tonight on second reading, that's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Even more ridiculous are those who are being proponents of this deal to accuse anyone who might have questions of racism. How do you throttle conversation? What's a more effective way of doing that than to plant the seed that if somehow you have questions or objections, well then maybe you're a racist. Maybe you're a racist if you look at it like you brought up, Mike, how the bloody Third Ward used to be. It was a neighborhood of ethnic backgrounds that had their own bars, and you got your butt kicked if you walked into the wrong bar. How did that end? Because the community blended together, and we learned how to get along. So how does putting one ethnic race in a project and basically putting a fence around it for 50 years, how does that integrate into this community? Where's the accountability? We had very articulate ladies get up here and talk. One with a bachelor's degree that she earned in 2011, one with a bachelor's degree and a marketing degree and a master's degree. And they can't find a living job to get out of Section 8 housing. What is the paper that a master's degree at Northern Illinois University worth? Maybe if we didn't put a throttle on conversation of diversity, we'd come to solutions and find jobs that pay a living wage instead of having people with a master's degree depend on Section 8 housing. Because we really want people to become homeowners, don't we? And that's what we should be working towards. We shouldn't be coming up with a plan that can keep them here for the next 50 years and dependent upon that Section 8 housing. Oh, by the way, we have homeless people in downtown DeKalb that can't get Section 8 housing. They're on a waiting list. And they're living under the bridge on Lincoln Highway because they can't get Section 8 housing. So let's make a program be for everyone, not just focus it. We're going about this all wrong from the very beginning. There's been the story of bribery. Someone tried to bribe a candidate for a no vote. But we're just going to sweep that under the table. And we're not going to discuss it. We're just going to sweep it under the table. No, I think the public deserves full disclosure. Don't you?
Mac,
We have a rental,
please quit rapping.
we have a rental inspection ordinance on the book, crime-free housing. Yet University Village is exempt. I thought this was private money. We can't do anything. This is private money. Then how are they exempt? We had $5 million worth of repairs and improvements without a single permit. Who's not doing their job? And who can't do their job? The tax assessor. That's why we have an unfair tax rate. If the tax assessor is not apprised of improvements, those taxes are not going to be adjusted. So it's really not funny, Mayor. It's just not. Somebody's not doing their job. I urge you to vote no tonight or to postpone this until you can get real answers. Don't approve something and then tell staff, we'll trust you for the details. That would be a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mac. Joseph Mitchell.
Joseph Mitchell, 360 Long Valley Lane, co-pastor of New Hope Missionary Baptist Church here in DeKalb. I've been watching this situation with security properties in University Village closely since the beginning. Had the honor of meeting with the University Village Tenant Association and attorneys from the Shriver Center. A few weeks ago, Alderman Baker shared his thoughts via an open letter where I took the time to read every single person's comments. A couple of weeks ago, after the first reading and the vote of council, the DeKalb Chronicle did a piece in the paper as well. And I took the time to read everyone's comments on that article as well. An electronic public forum where people felt comfortable using racial slurs. A forum where the residents of University Village were described as thugs, criminals, and the source of all the crime in DeKalb. Several even commented University Village should be leveled and all the monkeys sent back to Chicago. Even NIU's Chance program was blamed for all the crime in University Village, a program my father directed for 28 years that produced lawyers, doctors, dentists, multimillionaires, NBA and NFL players. I've sat in this room while people have stood at this microphone and referred to people who live in University Village as those people or these people. Very elitist and very exclusive language. The racial overtones surrounding the purchase of University Village by security properties has been irresponsible, insensitive, unnecessary, and downright disheartening. The situation should have nothing to do with race. But the real question here should be what's in the best interest of the residents of University Village, who are residents of DeKalb, and by the way, human beings. Not lambs, not chickens, not cattle, but human beings. As some of the cabinet members know because they have seen it firsthand while visiting the apartments at University Village, some of the living conditions at University Village are inhumane. These apartments have been patched up enough. They need to be completely overhauled, and Security Properties has committed to do that. Quality of life has a researched effort and effectiveness on several aspects of life. It increases self-confidence. It has propensity to reduce crime. School-aged children do better in school. Residents have better buy-in for the upkeep of the property. People have debated for who's to blame for the deterioration of University Village, the city, HUD, ownership. While that's worth being debated, it doesn't have an effect on the living condition for the residents right now. Who's getting rich off of this deal? Security Properties or the current owners of University Village? Legitimate questions, but once again, that does not improve the living conditions for the residents right now. This vote has a possibility to have a positive effect on the families of University Village. So I'm requesting that you vote yes tonight in the interest of University Village, and ask yourself, if I lived there, would that change my vote? By voting in favor of the changes, you are changing the plight of many people in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. Valerie Redmond.
Hello, everyone. Valerie Redmond, 711 Russell Road, apartment 12. On August 27, 2015, I asked my neighbor's daughters how was their first week of school. One a second grader, and the second child was a sixth grader. And the conversation went as follows. The second grader said her teacher was mean. The sixth grader interjected and asked, what was the race of the teacher? The second grader said she was white. The sixth grader responded saying, that figures. She went on to ask the second grader, does your teacher treat the black students different than the white students? I asked the sixth grader, why did she ask that question? She replied, because white teachers treat black and white students differently. What these students have experienced is something that tenants in the University Village can relate to. The overtone and undertones, implicit and explicit stereotypes of tenants residing in University Village, which I believe is why people in this community are fighting against this developmental proposal. These stereotypes are not just displayed in the city council meetings, but it's prevalent in this community, including the school system, which is demonstrated by the experiences of these two children. Being a student at the university, I have had similar experience as these two children. But I must admit that what I've experienced is small compared to the overt and covert racism I've witnessed during this process. Members of this community have spoken loud and clear about how they feel about tenants in the University Village, a message that contributes to the disconnect between the tenants and the DeKalb community. In spite of the negative perceptions held by our neighbors, I refuse to disconnect from my hopes and dreams. I will continue to lead by example not only for tenants and their families, but for my daughter as well. Through my example, I will show that University Village is still a place to start and grow. As I not only received my education, but was recently employed by Children's Home and Aid as a family support worker. This is my story, but there are others in University Village that are striving for the same success and will have it because they too are resilient and are able to overcome adversities. As members of the Tenant Association, I am becoming a part of the solution and not replicating the problem. In closing, I ask my neighbors and members of the City Council to ask themselves this question. Are your thoughts, behaviors, and emotions contributing to the problem in University Village or the solution? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. But by voting yes for this development proposal, we are bringing new elements into the University Village, which will create different results. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Steve Capitan.
Steve Capitan, 3rd Ward. I served as alderman in the 3rd Ward from 1995 to 2007. Before I begin my remarks on the substance of the issue before the City Council, I want to set the record straight. to many of the commenters that Joe referred to that he saw online. First of all, the vast majority of University Village residents are decent, law-abiding citizens. Secondly, the higher crime rate in that part of town is not solely emanating from University Village, and we heard examples from the police chief this evening. Thirdly, I strongly support federal housing subsidies for poor and disabled. Over the 35 years I've lived in DeKalb, I've had a number of friends and acquaintances that have lived at in University Village. They've included NIU professors, staff, young people, just average folks as well. These friends and acquaintances have been able-bodied and disabled. They've been black, they've been white, they've been Latino. Prior to the 1995 agreement, University Village was a mix of incomes and racially integrated. It was a model for integrating subsidized housing and its residents into the community. So how did we get to where we are tonight? In the 1960s, high-rise subsidized housing projects were built in big cities across the country. By the early 1990s, HUD and academic experts agreed that these high-rise housing projects were at best a well-intentioned mistake that concentrated and perpetuated poverty along with racial segregation. Some assert that it was an intentionally racist decision to keep poor black people out of white neighborhoods. HUD ultimately adopted as policy the notion that mixed income, relatively low density, and let's be real, 18 units per acre is not that high a density, and racially integrated housing is most beneficial for the residents of the complex and the community as a whole. In the mid-1990s, these high-rise projects began to be torn down, and HUD needed subsidized housing units to replace those being torn down. In 1995, my first year on the City Council, HUD signed an agreement with the current University Village owners that phased in what we have today, 100% subsidized or income-qualified housing resulting in concentrated poverty that is racially segregated. That does not disrespect the majority of the residents of University Village. What it talks about is the reality of circumstances that occur under circumstances that, under the environments that are created. That is what is being discussed tonight, the circumstances of the environment, and that is the responsibility of the council to make that decision in this case. I'm going off here. Okay. The city was not notified, let alone consulted about that agreement in 1995. How can HUD justify imposing on a community an approach to subsidized housing that works against the goals that HUD itself requires of cities like DeKalb that receive CDBG funding? Will Heinisch passed out this excerpt from HUD document referring to those goals that are required of the city because it receives direct CDBG funding. And they include reduce, the two of the four goals that they identify directly relate to this discussion. Reduce segregation and build on the nation's increasing racial, geographic, and economic diversity. Eliminate racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty. The third ward does that today. I live in a racially and economically integrated neighborhood. It's mainly working class neighborhood in the third ward. Another aspect of this, they refer to segregation and integration. The analysis would examine patterns of integration and segregation across the region. This is essential because in order to affirmatively further fair housing, a jurisdiction must identify, referring to DeKalb, a jurisdiction must identify actions that increase fair housing choice. Research has consistently shown the negative social and economic impacts of segregation, and similarly has found that integrated neighborhoods are often stronger and more resilient. Another element in this document, racially, ethnically concentrated areas of poverty. The AFH, which is those goals, would include an analysis of racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, which is important because families who live in such neighborhoods encounter challenges and stresses that hinder their ability to reach their full potential. And such neighborhoods impose extra costs on nearby communities and the broader region.
Can you be wrapping up, Steve?
Okay. Before the council votes on this agreement, HUD and Security Properties should explain how this agreement furthers these goals. I raised this issue in June, and I still don't get a response from any of the council members regarding this proposal. I think they need to respond to why this proposal of locking in economic and racial segregation for the next 50 years furthers those goals. And they should respond to those before this council takes a vote. And I don't understand why those that are supporting it can justify their vote without that explanation. I believe this agreement goes in opposite direction of those goals that HUD requires of the city. I believe that the city council should turn down this agreement with the intention of the city sitting down with HUD, the current owners, and Security Properties to negotiate a transition for University Village, returning it to an economically and racially integrated complex in the interest of the residents and the entire DeKalb community in the long run, and consistent with HUD policy. Why can't the quid pro quo be for the zoning request be a return to this model that we had? We had the model. When they tore down the high-rises in the big cities, we had the model. And HUD signed an agreement that undermined that model. And they admit it in their own documents, saying what's the best policies. I call on the City Council and HUD to have the courage to do what is just and right and not pursue the easy, expedient path. I know people that live in, I know a couple that lives in University Village, has lived there for 20 years. And they want to see the improvements. I would like to see the improvements. But it should be done in a proper way.
Thank you, Steve. Emily, coffee?
Mayor, City Council, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I felt the need to speak with you again after hearing the discriminatory comments that have been made at this City Council meeting and at previous City Council meetings. And I also understand that there's been a misleading flyer that's been circulated throughout the city of DeKalb that has potentially led to some confusion among council members. And I just want to be clear that the density at University Village cannot be lowered. The plan development agreement does not do anything to increase the density at University Village. The LIPRA agreement, as it stands, will be in place for at least another 30 years. There's nothing that the City Council can do about that. And I didn't interrupt you while you were speaking, and I would appreciate the same courtesy. This LIPRA agreement applies to both current and future owners of University Village. I remind the City of DeKalb that you do have a duty to affirmatively further fair housing, and what has been said at this council meeting today is inaccurate. It extends to the duty to affirmatively further fair housing extends to today's City Council vote, and the duty to affirmatively further fair housing does not mean targeting subsidized properties exclusively. It means having policies throughout all of your zoning decisions that allow for an increase in diversity in the entire city of DeKalb. It does not mean targeting University Village for distinction here. The opposition that I have heard today is fueled by racial animus and sex and familial discrimination. The deal with University Village the deal with Security Properties will improve University Village, and that is all. University Village is currently in a state of disrepair, and the deal will bring it into compliance with federal disability law. And Alderperson Noriko, I want to thank you for your comments about increased consultation with the Tenant Association. The Tenant Association is very pleased to tell you that we have made an agreement with Security Properties to enter into a memorandum of understanding that will allow the Tenant Association to have a lot of input into the agreements and the development as it goes forward. So I hope that you'll have the correct vote today, which will allow us to enter into that memorandum of agreement at a later date. What should have been a simple technical zoning change has morphed into a drawn-out and unfortunate set of events which have traumatized my clients and have left them in fear that their homes will not be improved. City council members who believe that everyone in DeKalb deserves decent, safe, and sanitary housing should support this ordinance today. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Bessie, Chronopolis.
By far, in the 26 years that I served, I had the honor of serving this community, and the 50 years that I have lived in this community, this is by far the most difficult, complex issue that I have ever witnessed, by far. I can capsulize it by saying, repair is needed at University Village, no doubt. And this can be accomplished if HUD will come to the table to explore options that will provide repairs without the zoning changes. Allow me to hit kind of three areas: befuddlement, procedure, and the issue itself. Alderman Noriko, I'm glad that you have brought up some items. Certainly, there are endless concerns that go along with this issue, which is exactly why this issue is so difficult. It's highly complex. One of the items that you mentioned was a private versus public type of a situation. Yeah, it is a private sale, but by golly, public funds are being used. Personally, I think full disclosure is extremely important in situations like that. That's this comes under the category of being befuddled here. Mayor Ray, I have more respect for you as a human being than I have for many people. I've known you for many years. You're a good and decent person. That is why I find it difficult to understand why you cannot bring your information that you have exchanged with HUD out in the open so that there's a full vetting and an understanding of the complexities of the issue. That's part of your obligation as mayor. Alderwoman O'Leary, you bring up the point of money and that it's all money, money, money. And money is certainly a part of this, the profit factor, coming to grips and an understanding of the hard costs and the soft costs. We haven't really delineated that. That has not really been delineated. The money factor as far as, and you're correct, Monica, the money factor as far as the assessment and how that has impacted this property and similar properties? Is there equitable assessment throughout DeKalb? That is something that needs to be considered. Joe, I've known your father. Are you here? You still here? You're here. For many, many years. You and I totally agree with you. There needs to be a resolution. There's no question. It's how we're going to go about. I think we're after the same thing. It's how we're going to get to that path. Certainly, it breaks my heart, and as this young lady pointed out, and as you pointed, as a couple of other people have pointed out, some of the racial undertones. Yeah, I read some of those blogs too. And it tears me apart to hear that, to see anything that's racially undertoned in any way, shape, or form is not a healthy thing. And I will work to fight that till my dying breath. When I was mayor, and I'm just gonna sidestep here just for a second, just to bring up that point, because it's 2015, for gosh sakes, haven't we moved forward at all on this? You know, it's just unbelievable to me. I had a delegation of African American individuals from our community who visited me when I was first mayor. And they told me that that was the first time an African American had been allowed in the mayor's office. That was the first time they were able. And I said, "You're kidding me. Certainly you're kidding me." They said, no, we're not kidding you. And that left an impression in my mind. So that is something that I'm very passionate about. Okay, so much for the befuddlement, even though this whole thing is befuddling. Let me get to the procedure part. There is a question of the voting and how the voting was done, whether it takes the 2/3, whether the tie should have been a tiebreaker and all of that. There's definitely a question. There's a question as to whether or not there should be an inordinate majority since the Plan Commission voted against this petition. There's a procedure there that needs to be investigated, which is, I guess, probably one of the things that the lawsuit tried to bring forth, or that the injunction tried to bring forth, trying to clarify that. One specific part of the procedure is the format of the ordinance, and I've talked to the city attorney about this, and it is the bundling of items. You have an ordinance, and it has 2 items on it, 2 distinct items. One is the change of zoning, and the other is an agreement. That should be 2 different ordinances. As a matter of fact, the zoning should be an ordinance, and the agreement one should come under a category of resolution. You don't bundle that together. Furthermore, again, and I know I've sent you. Huh?
No disrespect, but I gotta.
Well, if you got it, go. You got it.
Be wrapping up. Betsy, be
Okay.
wrapping up, please.
Oh, I'll be wrapping up.
In a timely fashion.
And in a nice fashion, too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, now where was I? Okay, the procedural. And I know I've sent this information to council, and I know I've sent it to staff. And if you look at the sections 1, 2, and 3, especially section 1, again, it allows the mayor to make some changes. Again, I'm not blaming the mayor, I'm not trying to set you apart, but it allows for changes to be made as you see fit. Oh, that gives me a real comfortable feeling. And then there's the issue itself. I have contacted the fair housing people, and I'm still, trying to talk to some of those folks over there because they need to get a clear picture. God love you, you've got this energy, and I'd love to see that energy, but you're not seeing the whole issue. I have also contacted the offices of Senators Durbin and Kirk, and I am getting some responses back. Slow but sure, they move a lot more slowly than we do. And these are just a couple of excerpts of the little notation that I sent to the senators. This complex has not been properly maintained over the past 10 or 20 years, while current owners have enjoyed a lower tax rate, rental income from residents, and supplemental income from HUD. This matter is extremely complicated as it involves code, tax, zoning, and social issues. Certain dynamics within our local government are causing further problems because there have been questions about how the city's business procedures have been managed and how the details of this matter have been handled. The desire is to provide affordable housing that is clean and safe for the city's residents to work together to solve its social and economic issues so that we can maintain the positive characteristics of our community and improve upon the negative characteristics. I realize that this might seem like a small issue, but this is a housing matter that will impact our municipality for years. That's kind of it in a nutshell for me. And even though I know you're not supposed to answer questions, I am going to ask Mr. Reich, is it Aaron? Yes. Okay. I am going to ask this question. In an email Attorney Frieders sent to council, and this has to do with this bribery thing, that one of these side issues. He cites you as having contacted him, informing him of this rumor, and whereupon he initiated certain things that, certain procedures that involved the state's attorney, and also he started talking to the council. Here's my question to you. If you had any kind of an indication or feeling that there was any impropriety, why didn't you just go directly to the state and the state's attorney? Can you answer that? That's what you should have done. That's what a reputable firm would have done. You didn't do that, did you?
Aaron, if you choose to answer, speak to a microphone, please.
Thank you.
Use the podium.
Thanks for the question. I think it's an important point. It was a rumor, and I felt that it was important to bring it to the city's attention. I had no firsthand knowledge, and I am not in the business of going around and accusing anyone particularly of any criminal conduct. So I did not bring that to law enforcement's attention, but I did bring it to the city's attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Tiara Huggins?
I heard him say he had no firsthand knowledge. It was just a rumor.
I'm sorry?
I heard him say he had no firsthand knowledge. It was just a rumor.
Well,
Tiara?
Tiara Huggins, 819 Russell Road. Thanks, Mayor, City Council, staff, members of the community. I would like to start by saying there has been a lot of distraction during this process that has taken the focus off the major issue at University Village, which is the upkeep of the current living situations at University Village. Security Properties and Evergreen Management has presented a plan to not only address the upkeep of the units and the property, but also to bring needed resources to our community. Their plan will not only,
You're good.
will not only improve the living environment for the residents residing at University Village, but it will help build a better sense of community in the area where residents once felt isolated in the community in which we lived. I ask you to vote with a conscious mind of this proposal, of what this proposal can bring to our community and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiara. Nikki, and is it Cox? Nikki Cox?
Good evening, panel. John Ray. Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Hi, my name is Nikki Cox. I am a resident of DeKalb, Illinois. I am also a University Village tenant. Well, I was trying to keep this simple, but this case is far from it. My biggest concern now is who's gaining from the transformation and who's really going to benefit from it. It was stated that there was some kind of bribery going on underlying. And I hope that's not the case. The city of DeKalb has proven in the last 6 to 8 months that they are willing to work with the low-income housing citizens and not against the low-income housing citizens. I entrust the city of DeKalb and hold the city to their highest standards on this matter. It will really be a shame to gain the trust and respect of the people of DeKalb only to destroy the confidence in which we have for the decision makers. Something you earn is something you gain. Something you gain is something you earn. I would like to thank Derek Highland, Ellen DeVita, Michael Welsh, and the City of DeKalb Dream Team for their exceedingly hard work on this low-income housing project. Derek Highland came into this not knowing anything about low-income network and learned overnight how to operate. Ellen came in and found her place in the City of DeKalb and has been on top of things ever since. Michael Welsh and his team were truly about what was needed and why it should be done. My family and I would like to thank the City of DeKalb for ensuring us a safe foundation with a possibility of real change. On August 24th, I sat back because as I pointed out 3 months ago, change was needed. Change was needed with the current management staff, and change was put into place with the potential management and possible new owners on this project. Or is it? I thank you for listening to all of us, from the judgments, the opinions, from the opinions to the anger, from the anger to the greed, from the greed to the truth, from the truth to reality, and reality is change is needed. Bryant has proven he can stand with the good, the bad, the ugly, so my hat goes off to him for his consistency. His staff has stood beside him, so hat goes off to you guys as well. But this decision is not about my hats only. This decision is about the livelihoods of all the hats presented and not presenting today. Knowing the City of DeKalb will stand behind what is right is reason alone for my family and I to trust the City of DeKalb and its decision on this matter. The decisions, in my opinion, should be made to ease the anger of those who are scared of the upcoming effects your decision may have on their safety nets. Your decision, in my opinion, should be made to ease the fears from the low-income housing residents and assure us you're truly on our side. Your decision, in my opinion, should be made to better the lives of DeKalb residents in a whole. Your decision today will affect DeKalb history forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. John Anderson?
Well, I've learned a lot here tonight, and I was always under the opinion that they wanted to change the zoning to 18 units per acre. And now I read it's PDR zoning. It's the first I've heard of it. The Chronicle, anybody from the Chronicle here tonight?
Yes.
Well, anyway, I know they aren't investigative reporters, they just print whatever you tell them. Anyway, the whole problem here is it's about money, and that's it. They needed the 18 units per acre in order to qualify to get this money. This is what's been going around ever since you started. And this is criminal for what's been going on. And then last week when I picked the paper up and I seen this article about graft between an older person and somebody here in town, but the state police and the county couldn't find enough evidence to prosecute it. So I'd say it never happened. But the criminal thing is, staff kept quiet about this from June 6th when they heard about it, and it was just a rumor they heard, until the alderman and the people at DeKalb were told what was going on. Now, the way this is going on tonight, and God, I heard a lot of good talks here from people, and just a little bit of negativity. But if the city is not going to be able to inspect these buildings and be over them like they are with their landlord housing ordinance, you shouldn't vote yes for this. That's one thing. And you should wait. If you wait until you go to court, and they will get you in court, and you find out you lose, you're going to look bad in the eyes of the public. And I just don't think that the public has been notified over a tenth of what's been really going on with this deal. And I don't know why people would be so much of a hurry to go vote yes. And if you don't vote to not vote on this tonight, I hope you do vote it down, because yes is not the answer to something that's as mixed up as this mess. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Discussion from council? Dave, you've heard the public. Dave Bacon.
Try to gather my thoughts here. I'll try to get it in one shot. Monica, I heard you say to me that, and to the public, that you wanted the real estate tax addressed. It hasn't been addressed. They're paying half what everybody else pays. That $600,000 or $700,000 would go a long way towards helping the school district and our city budget. Not to mention, why isn't the school district, park district, why aren't they at the table here? I don't understand why they're not. I've stated 2 security properties representatives, and I'm going to make it really clear, because this is going to happen again in the future, and a lot of you haven't been on the council as long as I have. Absolutely do not fall ever for a one-on-one discussion and something that's this important. You should do like Shodin did when he wanted his project approved on Peace and 38. He wanted to build 600 to 900 apartments. He gathered together the whole council, the press, the staff, the public, and we took a bus ride out to Elburn, and we got to see what he had planned. And it was a great idea. It was a great plan. In fact, it got approved. It's ready to build. But he did it the right way. The council did it the right way, and our staff at that time actually insisted that that's the way it should be done. I don't know what's happened here. I don't know how many of you have toured the University Village, how many people have gotten a ride to Elgin, how many people may have been talked to by these buyers, and maybe they figure out what makes you tick. Maybe they think you're a no vote and they're going to threaten you some way. I mean, I think that's what happened. I'm not happy about it. I think it was highly unethical what happened. All the council should be taken on a tour, along with the press and the public, of University Village. I used to live there. I lived there in the mid-'80s. It was a great place to live. And I heard tonight from this gentleman in the back, Joe, and I heard from some of the ladies that came up, it gave me a new picture of University Village. It sounds like it's run right into the ground, that the current owners have milked it, just as I suspected, that they knew they were going to sell it, or maybe their agreement isn't going to be up for renewal, or maybe they haven't even asked for a renewal. All they want to do is get all the money out of it, and then they come into the newspaper and claim that they've put $5 million in capital improvements into this project. Well, my background's accounting. I think anybody that's done a tax return or invested in anything knows that a capital improvement means that you put something new into that. That means you had to go get a permit. Well, there's not been any permits. $500,000 a year on $6 million of income, that's deplorable. That's barely maintenance. And when we're hearing that this Security Properties needs to come in and fix this problem, the problem should not exist. Maybe the reason it exists is because there's no incentive for the current management to fix it up. And yet we're thinking about and contemplating voting yes when that is going to doom the residents there to at least as bad as it is now, if not worse, for 40, 50 years. I care about University Village. I care about the residents. I want them to have something long-term because it's going to be part of our community long-term. It was pointed out that we've got them for at least 30 years if nothing happens the way it is. Of course, if we vote no, and I find myself agreeing with Steve Capitan. Oh, my God. He hit it right on the head. If we vote no, it'll be just like Rockford, just like Aurora. HUD will have to come to the table, and we're going to sit them down in a public meeting so everyone can find out what's going on. Mayor, I'm sorry that you didn't get my message, that I was upset that they talked to you only. But I haven't been able to talk to anybody. Nobody's talked to me. I haven't been invited to since the Plan Commission hearing, which, by the way, their recommendation, previous councils, we were told, and there needs to be some clarification on this now because I don't know what rules have been changed or not changed, but the city council was forbidden by law to talk to the members of the Plan Commission because we were supposed to let that be an independent body and let their decision actually mean something. We weren't supposed to go to the council, and when I first got on the council, members of the city council would go to the Plan Commission and we'd speak our mind, and it caused a little bit of a chaos because it interjected political into the Plan Commission's job, and they were not charged with the political decision. They were charged with the nuts and bolts of what should happen according to our rules. But no discussion should have taken place between Security Properties, University Village, and any of us before the Plan Commission was done. Then the staff and the council and the newspapers, we should have all been on a bus, had a nice tour of University Village. We should have seen the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever's there now, because when I lived there, it was a mix of people that got the full subsidies, that were down on their luck, or maybe were single parent, had kids, not kids. That wasn't the issue. There were people that paid the current market rent. I happened to be one of them because I didn't want to show them my tax return. I paid $175 a month rent, and that was the high rent at that time in the mid-'80s. And then there were people that showed their tax return, and they got a subsidy based on their ability to pay. But, I mean, here we are. We're told that this is the best deal. Everybody thinks this is the best deal. We only know about this one offer. The city attorney just let the cat out of the bag, and the whole room missed it at the beginning. Thank you, Dean, for bringing that up. There is another phase to this that everyone's overlooked. That's the third possibility of a third party buying the income tax credit or the investment tax credit off of this, or the real estate tax credit. I don't know. I know that on these deals, because my memory serves me, I did know about another one in town, that when this is set up, that they get to sell those tax credits to somebody else. So there's some huge money going on here. You know, when you talk about $3 to $5 million in soft costs, and they get up there at the podium and they explain, oh, that's engineering, design fees. Come on, it doesn't cost $3 to $5 million to pick the colors of the counters and the draperies and the carpeting. I mean, they think we're stupid. There's no engineering to replacing the roofs. I mean, I suppose they're going to have some engineering with putting the sidewalks and the lighting in, but I haven't been given a chance to vote yes on this. I was immediately discarded as a no because nobody brought me into the fold. There's probably a way to think about a yes. I'm certainly yes for the residents, both short-term and long-term, but any buyer that comes in there could completely redo those apartments. Granite countertops, brand new carpeting, all brand new appliances for 5 to 6 million of it, it would look like a brand new complex. 20 million, I'm very suspect here. What the heck is going on? Why are we entertaining some way for all this extra profits to be sold off to a third party? This isn't going to help the residents at all. And right now, I don't see any other way to get this figured out where it can get back to any sort of incentive for the new owner, whoever they are, to maintain this property after that initial remodel starts wearing out in 5 to 7 years. And obviously there's something wrong because we spent all these years building up and passing a crime-free housing initiative that is supposed to allow us to go in and look at these properties. I mean, they do it to every other property in town. Why aren't they doing it here? There's something wrong, and I have no idea what it is. But as far as 18 units an acre, that's not the issue, Monica. It's really not. I agree. In fact, Steve Capitan was right. It's not that dense. But we made it 12 units an acre and other changes that are going to be changed here. When I say we, the councils prior to even me. And it took years and years and years to build these up, and into one vote to go against that makes absolutely no sense. The issue is, do you care about the residents of University Village and what will happen to them in 5 to 7 years when the new carpeting, the counters, and the appliances start breaking? You know, new appliances are now not 20 years, they're 10 years. This is not going to be anything but possibly the same or worse in 7 to 10 years, if you vote yes. If you vote no, we get HUD to the table, we get to look maybe at the other 29 offers. Anybody that comes in and buys this property is going to fix it up, if they have an incentive to. But right now, fix it up once, collect $200 to $300 a month extra over market rate, and never have to put another penny in. I can see where this is going to go.
Alderman Jacobson.
Again, I think in hearing the comments tonight, it demonstrated the choice we have to make. Do we support the short term or do we support the long term? The residents want a change in condition. Of course, when they've been forced to live in such poor condition, to have any opportunity at something better, to have any illusion or any possibility that they may get a seat at the table with the owner is better than what they have now. I get that. I understand that. Unfortunately, that's the short term. That's what's being dangled in front of them right now. You don't know how long the developer is even going to be at the table. You don't know how long they'd be willing to even entertain people at the table with them. Those are small individual incentives that are being dangled out there to get the buy-in of the tenants to support the big money at the top. The people in the front row are the ones getting paid. They're the ones here that are benefiting from those soft costs. The short term for them is very lucrative and very comfortable. As far as I'm concerned, it's our job as council members to stand up and look for the long term. I support the residents of the village. I support the residents of that neighborhood. I support anti-discrimination, diversity, and fair housing. Those are all things I believe in. I support real, positive, and collaborative change to better people's lives, not their current situations. Not bells and whistles, not hopes and dreams, but something real and something that we can give to bring the project back to what it was designed to do, to be a hand up, not a handout. And unfortunately, that's what it's become in many cases. And that's not racism. That's not anyone to say that the things there, that the conditions there are, no one is coming to the table saying that's the case. The reality is the long-term goal here that we have and the duty that we have as council members is to have the vision and the courage to seek out the long-term success of this project. And again, the current developer, great. The current owner, wonderful. Those are things that I think I was more concerned about in the beginning and have realized now, stepping back from it, that a yes vote is really a vote for status quo. And allowing them to come in and put a one-time investment up front, again, there's no guarantee they're going to maintain the property, and there's no incentives to do it, as Alderman Baker said. There's no incentive for them to continue to meet with the tenants. And in reality, it should be the hope of the tenants that their stay there is a short-term stay. To say that they'll be there for the long term, that's not what the intention of this property is. Public housing is to provide for the poorest of people so they're not living under the bridge on First Street. It's to provide for the people that can't go out and get gainful employment, whether it's because of a lack of education or a lack of ability to be educated or a lack of ability to go out there and work. If you have those abilities, it's my hope for you that you can eventually leave the village and start a better life. We have aldermen here that were residents of the village. I know university professors that are retired residents of the village. These are people that have gone on to go out and be homeowners and business owners and successful members of the community and successful in aspects of their life. That's the hope of what University Village provides, is that path to success, not a path to continuing to live there for low or no rent. And I think that's what this council has to strive for this project to be. It is a very large, very centrally located, very well run, very well maintained property to put people on the path of prosperity, not on the path of disparity. And again, that's why I will continue to vote no to the project that's in front of us.
Other comments? Alderman Noriko.
Several times we've heard comments that the inequity in terms of real estate taxes should be addressed. I once again want to remind those who hold that position, and I understand that, but the city has no authority to negotiate, enforce any other standard with the assessor. We can perhaps point out inequities, but I don't see that we have any force of authority with the assessor.
Alderman O'Leary.
I've heard the comment many times this evening that this developer is just only here for 7 to 10 years. I need them to answer that question. Your term, you just want to invest for right now, and 7 to 10 years is going to be a slump? Because I just keep hearing this over and over. I need someone from Security Properties to answer that question.
Brian,
because that's all we hear.
Speak to some of your other properties around the country,
This community, our community believe that you're just coming in here temporarily to get the money and not upkeep this property. If that's the case, I need someone to address that now.
Sure. Brian Gongover, Security Properties, Managing Director, Affordable Housing. Security Properties has a history of being in affordable housing. We were started back in the late 60s. We have affordable housing in our portfolio that was developed under our ownership back from the early 70s. We continue to own and operate it today. It is part of our culture. It's part of what we do. We invest for the long term. Projects similar to University Village. We execute these transactions all over the country. As a minimum requirement, we are invested in these communities for no less than 15 years. There's been questions about why a significant investment in these communities is required today. Clearly deferred maintenance, clearly upkeep with regards to what's there with regards to the physical condition of the assets. Equally important is the investment in the property today so that it's going to last 15, 20 plus years. That's a requirement for us as far as long-term ownership. It's a requirement for the financing structure. It's a requirement for the tax credit equity investor that we bring into this community that Dean had referenced earlier. We are in this for the long term. There is no ability for us to exit out. We look at this investment today for the long term, and we partner ourselves with local property management that has the expertise in order to facilitate and help change the community, the mindset, and help bring forth the supportive and social services that are necessary to change this property for the benefit of the communities, the property, and the tenants as a whole.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Alderman Baker.
Well, one of the reasons I'd like to see this slow down would be to give the tax assessor a chance to reassess. The city does have control in that it is supposed to, when they find out about capital improvements that no permits were issued for, they should be going in and establishing permits for those that then would give hard evidence to the tax assessor that there is an actual increase in value that then he would tax by. But in lieu of that, they admitted that they're taking in close to $6 million in rent, and the taxes are only $600,000. That's 10% of the gross, when there are many apartments that are paying 20 to 25% gross. Mason's admitted to 15% of gross. So they are anywhere from 50 to 100% has to go up. It should be either 900,000, maybe 1.2 million, based on the rest of the community. That would be a great reason to stall this off. But by the same token, the only way to get HUD to the table would be to vote no. I think it would be a shame to change the zoning on any rental property in our community that would insulate the owners from having to maintain the basic standards necessary to attract market rate renters. It is neither fair to the tenants of the complex or the citizens of our community.
Other discussion? Are you, Mike?
Okay, let's get down to it. A couple of things. I'm just talking about the agreement right now. Something in there that the fourth time I read through it caught my eye, and I don't quite understand it and agree with it, but the owners has pledged to invest not less than $21,012,000 in the renovation of the property within the first 24 months. Correct? Then we're going to have an audit showing that the owner has incurred not less than $15,200,000 of actual construction costs, so on and so forth. So my question is, why is the difference?
I can answer from the city perspective, and maybe Security Properties wants to answer. From our perspective, the component of that we're concerned about is the hard cost component of it. We want to ensure that if the council did choose to approve this, that the developer is making an actual investment in the properties, that they are making improvements in all the different aspects of it. So we address that in a number of ways. The development agreement calls out specific improvements that they have to make. It has the list by phase of the improvements they have to make on a unit-by-unit basis. And then it also says they have to provide a third-party audit in a format acceptable to the city that shows that they have made that minimum investment. I should note that that's also a requirement from HUD, that they have an independent third-party audit to demonstrate that they've made that minimum investment in order to qualify for the financing that they're proposing. So from our perspective, that's the component that we're concerned about, ensuring that they are making that physical investment in the property.
Okay. So I just think that the two dollar amounts should equal up. You know, if you're pledging to do 21 million, do 21 million. If you're let's just drop it down to 15 then and make it 15. If we're pledging 21, then let's do 21. And I understand from my point of view that you're not spending all the money on each individual unit. You're not going into each individual unit. Am I understanding that part of that cost is the sidewalks and so on and so forth, the community type stuff as well, right? Okay. So we have some differences in what's actually going into that cost. So I don't know about anybody else. Should it be 15 million and that's what we're doing, or what?
That the investment that they've proposed in the actual hard costs, which is again the part that we've spent time focusing on, and that is the
It's 15 million.
right. That's
Okay,
the actual
then-
construction costs, the labor and materials, and not including any of the other things that people have talked about.
Then let's take out the 21 million, because that looks, I mean, that's 6 million. Boy, it's 11 o'clock. That's, how much difference?
Almost 7 million in saw.
7 million difference. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. So I can't vote yes for something that says you're going to do 21, but you only have to do 15. That doesn't make sense to me. So that's kind of putting me off on this agreement thing a little bit.
All right, let's call the question then.
All right.
There's
I got
been
a couple
there's
of other
been-
questions.
Well, as soon as you said you can't vote yes, I'd like to call the
Well,
question.
that's what I'm asking. I'm asking, is this a place we can change that?
Well,
Borrow whatever
well,
they
if-
want. If they said they do 15 million of hard costs, that's 15 million hard. If they want to borrow 40 million, let them borrow 40 million. That's,
So the 21 million is the borrow part.
that's the borrowing part.
Is that the borrowing part? Oh. So that's really worded badly.
Hey, we'd like to know where the 6 million's going to.
I don't,
If they're going to talk
for
about
me
it, they should
personally,
tell
I
us.
don't, for me as a business, looking at it from a business standpoint, whatever, you're gonna get that. Okay, that's a whole nother thing.
In answer to your specific question, if the council chooses to amend that portion of the agreement, you can amend that portion of the agreement.
It's not going to change it.
But, whatever, okay. But you know where the confusion is coming out and why everybody is wanting to know where is this $6 million, where's this going? Because of
Like,
the wording.
Has Dean answered
Yeah.
that question for you?
Yeah, he has.
Okay. Your other questions?
Right now, and this came to me, how much of the property is Section 8?
87%.
87%. Is
Isn't
that
that
by
correct?
contract or is that by practice?
That's under the
By contract,
Under
that's
the LIPR
87.
agreements.
Okay. So it's not just by contract. And project-based Section 8, 87% hardened to the core. Okay. Until those agreements that are in place already are up, or does this start a new clock?
That would be
Th-
through the term of the existing LIPR agreements. So this would not start a new clock, and if they went back and tried to extend or renew the LIPR agreements, they would have to give the city notice.
If we got notice, is there anything that we could do? Could we say, security properties, we don't want you to sign it again? These are questions that come up to me so I'm asking.
The city could contact HUD and express its viewpoint to HUD. The city could obviously contact the property owners and express its viewpoint to there. As far as the city having the ability to prevent a property owner from renewing their registration of property as Section 8 affordable housing, we've not found any legal mechanism wherein city approval or consent could be required.
Okay. So it's Section 8 for 30 years, okay.
Oh, what was that, Steve Capitan? I couldn't hear you. Unless we negotiate with HUD by voting no, that brings them to the table? Is that what you're saying? I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, here's my third question. Yeah, we're working. Third question. If a no vote goes through, does Security Properties have a fallback plan to continue to purchase it using different financing? I'm
As you
asking.
wish.
No, do you have a plan B?
The PDR application in front of you today for vote allows for the tax rehab and redevelopment of that property. At this point, there is no additional proposal that's available. We have explored other options. We have looked at it in great detail. The reality is there is no reasonable and justifiable financing mechanism to allow for any kind of significant rehab or redevelopment of that community because of the lack of zoning to allow for the existing units that are there today.
Okay. Thank you. It's not necessarily my question, but these are questions that are coming up from people. So.
Alderman Jacobson. Thank you, Brian.
Actually, can you stay up there 1 second? I just want to address that last comment. Conventional financing with the rent rates that have already been, I mean, the current owner's putting $500,000 plus a year in now. I mean, with the rent rates that are being stated, conventional financing wouldn't be enough to do the improvements you're saying up front? If you were to go after non-tax-free financing or non-federally funded financing, a regular bank loan wouldn't cover the upfront improvements?
From my perspective, in talking with various lenders, there is no way for a lender to put a first lien mortgage on that property, given to cover 534 units, because it doesn't have the protection of zoning in place today in the case of a catastrophic loss.
It would have insurance to cover that in terms of a bank loan, of a conventional bank loan. Just like I have, like every homeowner in this audience has. Why should you get more protection than every one of our residents has? Why should you be guaranteed your income going forward when we don't have that guarantee as homeowners in this community? You stand up here and you say that you're here to help the social needs of the people that live in the neighborhood. That's treating the symptom. That's not treating the illness. The illness is concentrated poverty. That's what you bring. You bring the illness to the table. You're not here looking to diversify this neighborhood and bringing HUD to the table to better the lives of these people. You're here to make money off of their suffering. I live on Edgebrook. I live on the block. I live in the neighborhoods. So for someone to come up here and say that that we're racist, I bet you don't live on the block. I bet your kids don't go to a real diverse school. I've seen the car you drive up here every day.
Dave.
And it's frustrating.
Dave.
That's what the community is here to say. That's the real talk.
Dave's right.
This community is saying. Are there ignorant people on the blogs? Absolutely. And I abhor those people. I abhor the racists. I abhor the people that are coming here to make money off the downtrodden and tell them that they're here to support them. That's what I abhor. And that's why there's no way I can vote in good conscience on this. And I hope that my fellow aldermen feel the same way.
Thank you, Dave. I apologize, Brian.
Why are we apologizing?
Why apologize? He stood there and lied, Mayor. You can get conventional financing that would be reimbursement to that bank if there was a catastrophic loss. This whole process for the last few months has all been about a particular type of bond that won't let you pay it off early. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong.
Well, then why are we presented that you have a bonding requirement of 18 units an acre and they won't let you pay it off early? Any conventional financing, and I am a developer myself,
They never said.
doesn't care as long as it's insured. If it's insured and the city at that time said, no, you can't build to 18 units an acre, which I guarantee probably any council would say, yes, it could be rebuilt when that time came up, the insurance company would then pay off the note to the point where you could still make the payments on what's left over. You're saying that no bank or conventional financing will allow you to pay off that property early.
We are looking at from the perspective of a tax credit rehab. We are bringing in tax-exempt bond financing. We are bringing in a tax credit equity investor. Any form of debt and equity is going to be looking at that property or any other property that they look to finance to have the appropriate zoning in place so that a lender can have a first lien mortgage on that property. That gives them the collateral they need in the case of a catastrophic loss. If the zoning isn't there, that property cannot be rebuilt, as we're all aware of.
But you
A
can
lender
insure
will
it
have
to
an
be paid
issue
off.
with that, and they will have an issue with putting a first lien mortgage on that property if they don't have the proper zoning for rebuild.
I don't believe it. Just like I didn't believe that letter when there was a rumor that was dreamed up that somebody up here took a bribe. I don't want you guys in town. I can't help it.
I'll continue to be available for any other questions that council
Thank you,
may
Brett.
have.
Thank you. Other discussion from council? Are you ready for the question?
I asked HUD to answer my question and Security Properties.
Thank you, Steve.
Security Properties is here, HUD is not. Can Security Properties answer that question that I asked? I gave it to my home.
Are you prepared for the question?
Can you let him ask it? HUD's not here.
He's not raised his hand, Steve. Thank you.
He has now, Mayor.
Okay.
Alderman Martin.
Do you want me to ask this?
Security Properties.
All right.
Does he believe in those two goals? And how is
You know what, Steve? You know what, Steve? Steve, he doesn't have to believe in those two goals. It doesn't necessarily matter on those questions. And I disagree with you on that part.
Okay.
He doesn't have to answer those questions on if he, agrees with the HUD thing. That's not his role. His role is to come forward with a proposal to get rezoned. Just like if any local business person bought this property and discovered that they wanted to get it rezoned to satisfy their income. I have been questioned by many people in this community about having the local people get the same treatment. And I would like to say that, yes, I would look at anybody who's a local businessman with the same treatment. And then at the same time, everybody talks about there's nobody from outside coming to DeKalb. There's nobody opening up any businesses along Sycamore Road. All right. Well, I think it's kind of a free market thing, you know? Do I think that this is going to put a bullseye on us? No, I don't think it's going to put a bullseye on us. I think it's going to allow us to stick our noses into their business. Oh my gosh, you property owners would not agree to any of this stuff in here, half of this stuff in here.
If it's
You know, I don't believe you would. You know,
Thank
and that's true. And I don't agree with some of the inspection things that have been put in place in the past, but they're there. All right. So what's before us right now is if we're going to rezone this in exchange for having our nose into their business. We're doing a lot for the fire department in here they don't have to do. We're doing a lot for the police department that they don't have to do. All right? I don't think $500,000 or $600,000 for social goes far enough for anything. You know, it doesn't. It's a depressed economy. DeKalb's a depressed place in a lot of areas. But it's a start. So I don't know. I've spent, how long have we had this? A month or longer? Oh my gosh. Why am I sleeping 3 hours a night thinking about this? Why am I waking up thinking about this?
Mike, can I ask
Oh
you
my
a
gosh,
question?
we got $15 million being invested in our community. Holy cow. If you're a contractor, you better be HUD certified. One way or the other. Could we say no to this? You better get your certification if there's a certification for it. There's money to be made.
Mike, can I ask you a question?
You can ask me a question.
I agree with you that it would be really nice if all these special considerations and special deals and special requirements and the pay-to-play that the city has put the onus on them, if it were actually going to be true. I've seen the city enter into arrangements that never worked out. The only way we can find out if the HUD is going to even allow this and not call this discriminatory, and we've had people walk up from the tenants organization and say, you can't treat this one any differently than the rest of the community. I don't believe for 1 second that this stuff is going to work out. The HUD's going to be in here when we get to hear them for real and say, you can't do this. You don't do it for everybody else. You can't do it for us. Get HUD in here and let's find out, Mike. Maybe I'll be a yes.
Other discussion from council?
Jen,
Alderman Fanouken.
I've been very quiet this evening, but I just do want to throw a couple things in based on some of the other comments tonight. Mike, you're correct. If it was any other place across town that somebody was going to come in and invest somewhere between $15 and $21 million, we'd be begging them to come in and get things done. Just like we welcome with open arm the 3N distribution center that we're going to talk about again a little bit later. You know, for me, everybody's concerned about how is this, how are we going to continue to ensure this is going to stay? Well, you know, and part of the agreement is that beyond doing the exterior inspections, that they're going to allow us to do the interior inspections. So that is going to be one of those guarantees that's going to keep this place going. It's just really too bad that there's been so much misinformation, misconceptions about what's going on out here in the community that's been spread around and making people think this is not a good deal. This is a tremendous deal for the city, excuse me, for the city. And I'm going to vote yes, proudly, proudly DeKalb.
Thank you, Bill. Other discussion? Seeing none, I'm assuming you're ready for the question. I'll ask for a roll call.
Noriko?
Yes.
Baker?
No.
O'Leary?
Yes.
Jacobson?
No.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Markwart?
Yes.
Snow?
No.
Ray?
We've got a 4-3 vote. My vote is called. I vote yes.
5 yes.
The vote is 5-3. In light of this topic being subject to pending litigation, I'll merely ask that the vote be recorded and it will be subject to outcome from court rulings. Moving on, ordinance 2015-41, amending the FY 2016 budget authorizing acceptance of the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, waiving the formal bidding process for the purchase of a mobile training tower, and authorizing the purchase of a mobile training tower. And it's being requested that we consider passing this on first reading with waiver of second reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Dean, is that motion adequate?
I'm sorry, I missed the motion at that moment.
Passage on first reading with waiving of second reading.
I would ask that we consider those separately, if that's okay with the
Okay.
council. If we consider it on first reading and then move to waive second reading and approve if that's the council's direction.
So who moved?
I move that we pass on first reading.
First reading. And Monica, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? Chief Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple weeks back, the fire department was awarded a $239,000 grant from FEMA for a mobile training tower. This grant is time sensitive. We only have about 5 days left to accept this grant. So tonight, we're up for, there's about 5 actions that need to take place in order to get this grant.
They want to waive some fees.
One would be accept the grant, which would start the ball rolling. Approve a budget amendment to the 2016 budget, waive the formal bid process, authorize the purchase of the training tower, and waive second reading in order to make this happen. Like I say, I have to notify FEMA within 5 days or this will go on to the next person. So I brought along our deputy chief, who was the grant writer. This is a 20-page grant. the Deputy Chief McMaster wrote, and he was successful. The last time we were successful in a Fire Act grant was about 2001, which we got a rescue truck. And we've applied every year since. So I commend him for doing a great job on that grant. I'll let him give the presentation on the training tower, and then Kathy Haley will talk about the budget.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff, for your work.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The DeKalb Fire Department is excited about accepting the opportunity to obtain a mobile training tower through the FEMA Assistance to Firefighter Grant. Currently, the fire department does not have training facilities. We rely on NIU and local business owners to open up their doors so firefighters can come in and train, or we rely on property owners to allow us to train in vacant properties. This mobile training tower will allow us to relieve some of the pressures. It's fully mobile and it's self-contained, and it's 45 feet tall. What it has is an interior staircase with 4 landings. It has several windows, a high-volume smoke machine, a large diesel generator, standpipe and sprinkler systems, interior and exterior lighting, multiple anchor points for rappelling, and a confined space simulator. This tower will enhance firefighter training, increase fire ground efficiency, improve firefighter safety, allow for mutual aid training, and maximize firefighter skill retention. And if we go through another ISO audit, this potentially could allow for reducing fire insurance rates for local businesses and property owners. This is a picture of the mobile training tower when it's fully bedded. As you can see, there's a tractor attached to it. The grant does not cover the tractor for pulling the mobile training tower. The fire department currently owns a tractor that can pull this piece of equipment, so we don't have to worry about that. And also know that the training tower is completely OSHA, NFPA, ISO, and DOT compliant. This is a skeleton of the mobile training tower. As you can see, the staircases, the landings, the piping, the windows. You can see towards the top there is a confined space tube in which firefighters can practice going down into small areas and then retrieving victims back up through it. So it's extremely versatile. What else the fire department can accomplish as far as training is hose deployment drills. Firefighters can throw heavy ground ladders without damaging it and practice rescuing victims out of windows. They can complete SCBA drills and consumption testing, and they can also use it for physical fitness. Also with apparatus training, engineers can do complex hydraulic calculations and pump into the training tower. We can use our aerial ladder truck to practice retrieving victims out of windows or off the top of it. And also, firefighters can practice tall ladder climbs. And then we can also use it for special operations training, such as high-angle rescue, confined space rescue, or hazardous materials confinement or containment. So with that, that's just a brief overview of the mobile training tower. Are there any questions about the tower itself?
Questions for Jeff?
With that, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
If I can make one minor point on this.
Yeah.
So earlier this evening, there was some discussion about bundling things in ordinances, and this is a great example of that. This incorporates 4 different things, but for acceptance of the FEMA grant, this is all moot. If we accept the FEMA grant, then in order to comply with their timeline and the grant process, we'd have to waive bidding. We'd have to authorize a purchase, and to authorize the purchase, we have to amend the budget. So these are 4 items that are inextricably linked. It would not make sense to list them separately and consider them separately and potentially have a circumstance where we vote to authorize the grant but not amend the budget or not authorize the purchase. So when we have an item like this where the items are, you can't take action on one without the rest of them, we put them together in this format for the council's convenience.
In past practice, Dean, I recall situations where we've had individually listed motions, and council has chosen to deal with those in...
And even if they're separately listed, council can always consider things in omnibus form.
Omnibus form, thank you. Discussion, Alderman Snow.
I think this is a great purchase. I think it's something we need to jump on. We do have several buildings in the DeKalb vicinity that are higher than 40 feet. Not only out at the university, but I know there's one downtown. I know there's one on Taylor Street. So there's a lot of privately owned buildings that this will be useful for. So I think it's a great purchase.
Another good thing this is useful for is our mutual aid partners. We depend a lot on surrounding departments to come in and assist us, especially in fires of high-rise origin. We'll be able to deliver this right to their fire department, and they can train on it, without, coming to our town and training on actual high-rise, which will be good.
Thank you. Motion before us then is to pass on first reading. Further discussion? I'll ask further question then. Roll call.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson, Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
7 yes.
Is
Thank
there a motion to waive second reading?
I'd like to move that we waive second reading and pass it on second reading.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Alderman Snow, seconded by Alderman O'Leary. Discussion? Roll call.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson, Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
7 yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Jeff. Ordinance 2015-42, authorizing a waiver of engineering plan review and inspection fees contemplated by Chapter 9, Establishment of Fees, Section 9.05, engineering plan review and inspection fees for the 3M expansion project located at 1650 Macomb Drive. Is there a motion to pass on first reading?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Noriko.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fanouken.
Good evening, everyone.
Director DeVita.
I'll keep it brief. The backup is in the memorandum for everyone to see. John Bunce of Clayco is here with us this evening in case you have any questions. As you know, 3M and Clayco and Venture One are building a new building down in Park 88, and they have asked that we waive the site improvement fees and instead pay any and all direct costs related to engineering. There is some precedent with this. It was done in 2010, and previously in 2004, all fees were waived. History of the project, it came in on a relatively fast track, as you're all aware, and Lot 12 was created with the re-subdivision of the parcels of the land to deliver a buildable parcel. Council passed a property tax abatement agreement on July 13th, and after that, we did receive some of the plans and some of the fees were figured out. Chapter 9 of the Municipal Code has a 3.5% fee for engineering costs, and therefore Mark Good has asked if we would waive that fee and instead allow him to pay the direct costs. They would pay all building costs. They've already escrowed the review fees and signed the agreement, and then they would also escrow for the public portion of the project. Do you have any questions for me?
Alderman O'Leary.
I do. The total cost is being waived. Is that the $395,000?
The cost of the engineering is over $3 million, so at 3.5%, it'd be about 300 and, I didn't bring the exact number with me.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's what they're asking to
Yeah.
get waived.
Yes, in 2010, it was $55,000. Fair Graham was the contractor. This time, we've contracted out with WBK, and they're doing the work on a third-party basis and passing the fees through. So it would not cost the city anything in terms of the fact that all direct costs are going to be paid to the vendor, to the engineering contractor that's doing the work for us.
Okay. Further discussion, questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call.
Jacobson, Fanouken,
Yes.
Markort,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
7 yes.
Thank you. Motion passed. Is there a motion to waive second reading and pass on second reading this evening?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Fanouken. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Markwart. Further discussion? Alderman O'Leary.
Is there a certain reason why we waiving second reading tonight? Just, is it, we just want to get it going, or is there a reason?
I think one of the primary reasons is to ensure that they can go forward. It doesn't make economic sense for them to pay the direct costs and also pay the engineering fee that ordinarily would cover those costs. So for them to go forward and understand their project budget, they want to know which option we're committing to. So they have agreed to bear the direct costs, and as the Community Development Director indicated, they've funded the escrow for that purpose. But they want to ensure that we're not going to come back later and say, by the way, you also owe us $365,000 for a service that you've already paid for.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Roll call.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markwart,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson, Ray,
Yes.
7 yes.
Motion carried. Moving to communications. Alderman Fanouken.
No report.
Alderman Markwart.
No report.
Alderman Snow.
No report.
Alderman Noriko.
I just wanted to thank the staff for all the time and effort you've put into meeting with Security Properties, attending meetings, answering our questions again and again. And thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Baker.
No report.
Alderman O'Leary.
No report.
Okay. IML conference occurs this weekend. Are aldermen registered or planning to attend? Kate? Others? I'm sorry. Bob and Kate.
And Jacobson is going.
And Jacobson. Okay. Very good. City manager.
Two things, Mayor. In the interest of time, we recommend foregoing the executive session tonight. We will move those items to September 28th. And also, in the interest of time, no report on behalf of all city staff.
Don't you forget it.
I had a long list.
Who's in charge? Who's in charge?
Okay.
It went up to any o'clock.
Really?
Yeah.
Sweet.
No
You
report.
don't want me to poll staff? Okay, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Alderman Noriko, second by Alderman Fanouken. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you.
FYI, you guys just tied the all-time record I'd ever heard of, 12:30.